gestures. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's a great opportunity to be here to talk about sukuk for infrastructure. It is very tough actually I'm talking about corporate sukuk because many views that infrastructure basically belong to the government. And I recall what the professor just said before. Actually, sukuk is a bit complicated for private sector to finance infrastructure. But anyway, I would like to give the portrait of the corporate sukuk in Indonesia and also what actually we are expecting. And also we expect here to the Ministry of Finance and also to the society. This is actually the milestones for the corporate sukuk. I'm sorry for the first, not 2012, but actually 2002. Increasing the 2002 is actually the first sukuk issuance, Mudarabah. It was issued by Indosat, a telecommunication company, and in 2003 and 2004, basically we had a fatwa regarding guidance for Islamic principle implementation in capital market, and fatwa regarding ijara Islamic bonds. In 2006 and 2007, there was the era that we issued rule regarding the issuance of Islamic securities, and also rule regarding akad used in issuance of Islamic securities, and a fatwa regarding convertible mudarabah Islamic bonds. 2008 and 2009, there was a law number 9, 2008, regarding Islamic government securities. And the first government sukuk issuance was at that period. And then also first government retail sukuk issuance. 2014 and 2015, it was a very important time because we announced 2015 as the year of the Sharia capital market. We also launched a Sharia capital market roadmap, logo and tagline. Launching of the OJK, the Indonesian FSA regulation on Islamic securities. It's a bit of statistic of corporate sukuk in Indonesia currently. Now we had 2,090 million US dollar mudarabah akad. And we also have 290, and then 428 million US dollar in ijara akad. And the total outstanding in value is 718 million US dollar. If we try to compare between sukuk and corporate bond, we could see from the pictures that the outstanding sukuk from 2011 till 4th of May 2016, we could see that, take the last example, is that 4th May 2016, the sukuk outstanding is only 0.72, while outstanding bonds was 19.64. So actually the proportion between sukuk and corporate bond is still below 5%, which is in Indonesia we very famous for 5% trap, which is only 3.68%. We could see also a bit flash on the outstanding corporate sukuk by industry, that the most would be actually consumer goods, and then finance, industry, infrastructure, utility, transportation, mining, property, real estate, and construction. Let's go to the prospect and challenge in sukuk development. Next slide, please. Okay. We could see here Indonesia infrastructure financing needs for 2015 and 2019, we could see transportation, electricity, energy, oil and gas, information technology and telecommunication, and public base. I'm not going to read the numbers, but you could see there from the screen. Why then Sukuk is very important? And because it has prospects, certainly. As we aware of that, in the week of Chinese economy and also European economy, Indonesia economy experienced still around 60% annual growth rate. And in 2013 and 2015, middle income people increased significantly. It was from 37% to 70% of the population. This is a huge jump. And this is also very important, and I hope there is also a representative from the state-owned enterprises and also the Minister of Finance of the shareholders, which is we have quite huge number of state-owned enterprises. It's around 119, and the subsidiaries are around 600 companies. And financing needs for infrastructure development is actually government need 47%, private 33%, and state-owned enterprises 20%. And this is very important for momentum for development, which is now even the President Jokowi himself, actually as the chair of the National Committee on Sharia financing, which is increased government support in Islamic economy, and also the trend of positive growth in Islamic finance and low utility rate of capital market product. And this is a bit sad story of our society and our capital market. And you could see from the screen that the situation, it was back in 2013 actually, the survey was conducted, and now the Indonesian FSA is still conducting for the new survey to compare with this survey, whether there was a jump or a huge increase or not. But I believe it's going to be a quite huge jump. As you understand, we take a look on the capital market, which is Sukuk is one of the products. Those who are well literate is only 3.79%, and sufficiently literate only 2.4%, and less literate 0.03%, and not literate it was 93.79%. It was huge percentage of our population that actually not literate. Capital market. I believe the bank, Indonesian FSA is very aggressive in doing an education, dissemination of information, and even we also force the curriculum from the beginning of their life at school, like from primary school, junior high, and high school, and even at university. And we also go to a lot of campuses all over Indonesia to educate not only the student but also the lecturers, and disseminating of the information about Sharia capital market, and also capital market as in common. Why then, what is actually the challenges? Challenges are lack of understanding. This is very important that very few market players actually understand well about concept of Sukuk. If you don't understand, so how can you recognize and you're going to use this? And most investors, especially individual investors, are not familiar with the Sukuk. So they don't care whether, even if those are Muslim, even the fanatic one, they don't know what is different between Sukuk and bond. So this is very important for us to educate our society on Sukuk and on every aspect of financial instrument. And then what about the market players' perception? On their perception, issuing Sukuk needs extra effort and cost. And they think that Sukuk is more costly. than issuing bond and other instrument. And they also perceive that sukuk only can be issued by Sharia-compliant companies. We also still facing legal issues. Even our brother from Ministry of Finance, that actually it was quite clear, but some lawyers and also some investors and market participants still ask. Market players doubt about taxation policy due to no explicit regulation about tax neutrality for sukuk, even though in practice sukuk is not charged double taxes. So we need clarity only. So sometimes rule and laws need to be clarified and clear and read by the same person with the same meaning. And we also face liquidity issues. Sukuk in secondary market, still as you understand, the comparison between sukuk and bond is still very low, less than 5%. So certainly the liquidity is a big issue. And investors tend to hold to maturity, and no sukuk market makers. That we are going to push these market makers in the near future. And certainly it's very rational that central bank is willing to buy only sukuk repo issued by the government. And let's move to upcoming initiative. What we are going to do with this situation, illiquid market, secondary market, and still low of issuance, less than 5% compared with the bond. Even bond itself is still low. Now we have a pipeline in OJK for the issuance of sukuk with two companies at around 1.5 trillion rupiah. But to cope with the market infrastructure, we really encourage to have a sukuk market maker. And then we also need to have, the mercy also from the Minister of Finance that we want to develop a sukuk-based Sharia mutual fund. And we also develop a Sharia repurchase agreement and Sharia hedging. And then what incentive do we need? OJK now, the Indonesian FSA, has already give a different levy for the issuance of the sukuk. As you could see from the screen, if you issue sukuk, registration fee is only 0.05% of issuance value and maximum of the 150 million Indonesian rupiah. And if you issue bond, the issuance value and maximum of 750 million. So we actually, because as an infant industry, sukuk need to have an incentive. We also strongly and very aggressive in promoting in education, and also we invite also state-owned companies that we have them to issue sukuk, and also with the help of Ministry of Finance and Ministry of State-owned Enterprises, we want that those who are relevant to infrastructure, the state-owned companies, they can issue sukuk. And as we understand that a number of sukuk infrastructure state-owned enterprises now is around 53 among 600. And we also increase the capacity building for market players involved in issuing sukuk, which is issuer, underwriter, and the trustee. What strong government support that we need? We also want to have a clarity from the Directorate General of Taxes. We need to have specific laws or amendment are urgently needed to make tax uncertainties crystal clear to sukuk issuers. And Directorate General of Budget and Financing and Risk Management, we want to have create special regulation that will allow investment managers to invest in sovereign sukuk for sukuk-based Islamic mutual fund. Because if they battle in the secondary market, so it's very tough. So they want to have, if possible, in a primary market. This is also part of the promotion. And for the Ministry of State-owned Enterprises, We need to have a top-down policy approach to encourage state-owned enterprises to issue sukuk. How about the demand side? We need to enlarge investor base by encouraging institutional individual investors to invest in sukuk. In many opportunities where we go to big cities in Indonesia and also to universities, even the question from the journalists, also they don't really understand about sukuk and other Islamic or Sharia instrument. So we really encourage the workshop for institutional investors and public lecturing to universities, as we did a couple of times, and we will do again, and seminar for high school students, journalists, and other communities, and also we also put in curriculum. And we also want to have a broader access of investment for public in rural area. I think those are some of the portrait of corporate sukuk in Indonesia, and I hope this opportunity really drive us to understand more about sukuk and also drive the state-owned enterprises, those who deal with the infrastructure, to issue sukuk. And this is the duty of the Indonesian FSA to provide the easiness of issuing sukuk, and also we really hope the incentive from the government, which is Minister of Finance, that we can have a tax incentive, because in other jurisdictions like in Malaysia, even in London, basically the growth of sukuk really pushed because of the tax incentive. And I hope this will be a great discussion among of you, and thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Sarjito, for the presentation on what we are doing in capital markets for promoting sukuk in Indonesia. And now I would like to invite Dr. Walid Abdul Wahab. Dr. Abdul Wahab joined Islamic Development Bank in 1998 and currently is the Director of Infrastructure Department, where he looks after transport, water, energy, and ICT sectors in our member countries. Dr. Walid got his PhD degree from Canada, British Columbia, yes, sorry. And he worked as Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering in Canada and Jordan before joining IDB. Please, Dr. Walid, thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
I come from IDB, and as all of you know, IDB stands for Islamic Development Bank, but it can very well also stand for Infrastructure Development Bank. And you will not even have to change the acronym, you can still use IDB. In fact, recently, as you know, the MDB Communities was joined by a new bank, which is called Infrastructure Bank, which is the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank in China. But IDB is all about financing infrastructure, and maybe this calls for a definition of what we mean by infrastructure. Now, everything about development landscape now starts, the whole story starts from SDGs. And unlike their predecessor, the MDGs, now we have infrastructure in the heart of the SDG agenda. You can see very clearly here that we have 6 of 17 indicators. Number 6, 7, 9, and 11 are clearly and squarely addressing physical economic infrastructure like water and energy. And we also have indicators 3 and 4 on what we call social infrastructure relating to education and health. And by the way, I was very pleased to see Indonesia spending more of their budget on education than on infrastructure, although I'm a director of infrastructure. And I think Indonesia is probably the only member country of IDB where our portfolio in education is larger than our portfolio in infrastructure, despite the heavy capital-intensive investment that are normally required for infrastructure. So this reference of infrastructure in the SDGs has made changes inside institutions that are financing development in the world, primarily the MDBs. In the past, we used to have a divide between what is poverty focused intervention and what is economic development intervention. So you will normally have social projects to tackle poverty, and you have infrastructure to boost economic growth and jobs. Now, the SDGs has rightly focused the attention on both. Is this working? Next slide, please. Okay. Now, I borrowed this slide from Standard & Poor's, and just to give you, because here I'm not coming to talk about Sukuk as per se, because there are other experts. By the way, one of the issues that you will notice here, this seminar, that Sukuk by itself is a very difficult subject. And infrastructure financing for investors, institutional investors, is a difficult subject. So the combination of the two, I think, goes a long way to explain why we have lack of financing in infrastructure. Now, after the global financial crisis in 2008, banks, as the professor mentioned in his opening speech, are more reluctant to finance infrastructure, typically because they demand long tenors, and banks have to comply with more stringent capital requirements under Basel III and so on. So banks have either withdrew or significantly reduced their financing infrastructure. But despite this, you can see almost 2/3 of infrastructure financing comes from bank loans. Governments is about 10%, and multilateral agencies, including LDBs, a small tiny drop of 3%. And I want you to pay attention to the insurance and pension funds, which are the long-term institutional investors, as we refer to them. They have very small percentage of 10%. The sovereign wealth funds, which is normally grouped together in this, has almost insignificant something to mention in infrastructure. Now, this has all led to this reality. I hope this is not too complex for you. This is a slide that I made up, trying to depict to you the quantum of the problem. The infrastructure gap. Now, this is annual infrastructure gap. This is not the current investment in infrastructure. There is, of course, that's in the $4 to $5 trillion. The gap, which is the difference between what is being spent now and the needs, are $1.25 trillion. That's $1.25 trillion. And last month, the 9 multilateral development banks, they got together in Washington under what they call Global Infrastructure Forum. The 9 presidents of the MDBs, including the 2 new banks, the Asia Infrastructure Bank and the New Development Bank, or the BRICS banks, and they made a commitment for the next 3 years that they will scale up their financing of infrastructure. Of course, we know that all MDBs are stretched out. They can do only so much in terms of increasing their financing or lending rates. So I calculated the annual average for the next 3 years. It comes to $75 billion. So every year, MDBs will be investing $75 billion in infrastructure. And you can see this is only a small drop. This is 6% of the current gap. Now, if you look at the gap, the difference, which is $1.1 trillion, which looks a very big, mind-boggling number, it's actually only 2.4% of the assets under management by the pension funds, investment funds, and the sovereign wealth funds. And if you ask about what is the current exposure of those infrastructure portfolio and the asset class of these funds, it's only 0.8%. So in theory, if we are only able to increase their exposure to infrastructure asset class by 1.6%, that will fill the gap. But we know that this is not in theory, of course, and it's very difficult to achieve. I think now to link this picture, which is very grim, with the realities, it's very clear that Sukuk as a source, an alternative source of financing to infrastructure. So beyond the banks, which is the bulk, about 2/3, you have the multilateral banks, you have the governments, you have the long-term institutional investors, and then you have the Sukuk market. Unfortunately, in our member country, as this slide, which I borrowed from one of our colleagues in the bank, shows is underutilization of Sukuk for the purpose of infrastructure. I mean, as we heard from the professor, the term Sukuk is widely used, but there are so many variants and types of Sukuk. By the way, everything we finance in IDB is coming from Sukuk because we issue our own Sukuk, IDB Sukuk, which is corporate Sukuk, and we use those money to invest back in infrastructure. So in a way, you can say that all our financing is Sukuk. But what we mean here is actually project-specific Sukuk which is an alternative source of financing. You can see that two-thirds of the exposure for the last since up to 2011, I'm sorry this is not very up to date, is actually in Malaysia. And the GCC countries and Indonesia and even Turkey is not on the map in terms of exposure to Project Sukuk is insignificant. And this is my last slide, which depicts the state of Islamic infrastructure development in our 56-member country. You can see, as expected, there is, of course, Malaysia and the Gulf countries have relatively developed infrastructure, Islamic infrastructure. Some countries have partial infrastructure, Islamic finance, but the bulk of our countries in Central Asia, in Africa, and Latin America have practically no infrastructure, Islamic infrastructure development. And I think the slide depicted earlier in Indonesia about financial survey literacy also collaborate that people are almost illiterate when it comes to capital markets and how can capital markets play a role in infrastructure financing. So these are my introductory remarks, and I will look forward for discussion further on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me check the time. Okay, we have enough time for questions and answers. So I would like to thank our panelists for their introductory remarks. So before coming back to you for your questions, let me ask one question for each panelist from my side, and then we continue with our audience questions. Of course, infrastructure, as mentioned by Dr. Walid, will be playing a key role, especially in this new ambitious global sustainable development agenda. It's a cross-cutting theme, and it has a lot of positive externalities with many of the goals included in this new agenda. And on another platform, G20, for example, Indonesia is a member of G20, so infrastructure investment is one of the key areas where G20 is focusing through its working groups. And recently, Global Infrastructure Hub has been established by this process. So, Professor Nazara, would you like to maybe indicate the expectations of Indonesia from this new global infrastructure hub that has been recently established by G20, not only for G20 countries, but also for all other countries? So what are the expectations? I know that they have recently published a knowledge report on this issue as design of the infrastructure projects will be key to attract especially the private sector in this financing side. So I would like to get your views and expectations and how we can make it more effective. Thank you. You came from here, yes.
Thank you, Safas. On the G20, I think Indonesia is pleased that we are leading one of the working group in the infrastructure, especially with the topic on the connectivity. So there are several other working groups, and then one other that I remember is the multilateral development bank financing. And we hope that this MDB financing will take a look at the Sukuk financing more and more as viable options for mobilizing financing for infrastructure development across in the world. Specifically on the connectivity, there is one very important point that Indonesia always brings to the connectivity in the infrastructure discussion under the G20. That is, I believe that when we talk about connectivity, and this is pretty much the case in Indonesia, people are started to think immediately about roads, about highway, about toll, about the sea lines, airports, seaports, airlines, and everything. Yes, of course, that is important. Is that kind of connectivity, is the physical connectivity is very important. But we also would like to bring up the subject of the virtual connectivity. It is not the person and the goods, the people who are moving, but the information that are moving. So virtual connectivity, combating the digital divide in the world, is very important as part of the connectivity issue and infrastructure that we have to build. So building up the infrastructure is not only about building roads, but also internet access, knowledge on the internet, and then all the virtual knowledge development is very important. This is one of our move in Indonesian financial inclusion, is to get cash transfer by way of the cellular phone. And the people who are receiving the cash transfer can bring the cellular phones to the post office, and the post office will pay the money. So they don't have to line up in terms of the post office. They can go any time. They can use the financial services as a way for the cash transfer. This is part of the combating the digital divide. So infrastructure, when we are talking about the infrastructure, it's not only physical, it is also virtual infrastructure. This is the topic that we always bring to the G20 forum. Thank you, Sofas.
Thank you, Professor Nazara. Now I'd like to move Mr. Sarjito now. As mentioned in both of your presentations, there's a huge infrastructure investment plans of the government in the next 4 or 5 years. And it seems that we have to expand the investor base to get the required financing. And you also mentioned in your presentation about retail scoop that has been introduced by Indonesia. So can you kindly maybe give us a little more information about the retail scoop perspectives and how you will be supporting this in the upcoming years? And also, the scoop potential is largely unutilized as of now. And what are the specific plans that OJK have to make scoop more attractive for the investors in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you. This is probably the first question fit to the next speakers, but I would like to answer for what is actually the expectation of the OJK to develop the corporate sukuk. At this opportunity, the authority of the OJK is on the corporate sukuk. Some of the activities that we have been doing are that we have to aggressively, I'm talking aggressively because we deal with the illiterate society in capital market, which is 97%, around that numbers, which is a huge duty for us to educate them, because in a sense, we don't want actually when sukuk actually issued, then bought by foreign investors, corporate sukuk. We also hope that in general, like the equity market here in Indonesia, that we a bit not quite resilient with the perspective of the composition of the shareholders in our market, because 64% of the equity market now owned by foreign investors. That we do hope here, most Indonesian, those mainly a majority of Muslim society, that we become the investors, retail investors of not only government sukuk but also corporate sukuk. And by then, what we can do actually provide easiness of issuing sukuk, as I mentioned in my presentation before, and we cannot also, or JK cannot do on our own. We really rely on the government support, which is at this opportunity is very nice that we have our brother from Ministry of Finance. That tax incentive is very important, because other than that, it's very difficult to compete. Even for the bank, Sharia bank is also not quite competitive compared to the conventional bank. So to develop sukuk, other than educate our society on sukuk, Islamic instrument, what we call sukuk, but we also must provide liquidity in the secondary market and also make easiness for those who are potential issuers. And with respect to the today's topic on infrastructure, we do hope that Ministry of State of Owned Enterprises really push those who are around 53 of the companies who specialize on infrastructure, then later on issue corporate sukuk in capital market. And we hope that the liquidity is going to be much better, and we push to have a market maker and some other agenda that we have been doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarjito. Dr. Walid, Addis Ababa meeting, Financing for Development Conference, and adopted action agenda accordingly. Invited all the MDBs to establish this Global Infrastructure Forum, and the first meeting has been held in April in DC. So would you kindly inform us what are the outcomes of this forum? What kind of expectations now we have for the member countries? Because all MDBs participated to this forum, and they have made strong involvement in this process. So what are the outcomes for the member countries?
Well, thank you. Well, I think there is a document which is available on the website. It's a statement by the heads of the MDBs who participated in the Global Infrastructure Forum. It came as a direct response to the Addis call for action on financing the SDGs, and big part, as you saw, of the finding the financing resources for SDGs is for infrastructure. Now, this is also has been going on for a number of years. As you know, the MDBs have been gathering into forums. Now we have 9 of them. And the dialogue between that forum and the Forum of Governments, which is really the G20, has been going on intensively. I mean, Australia 2 years ago, Turkey last year, and now China. We have had 3 sustained years of focus on infrastructure. Infrastructure has been in the heart of the agenda of the G20, and they have been actually urging the MDBs to work together, as the professor mentioned. And there are a number of working groups. There is the MDB working group. There is the infrastructure investment working group. And we are being urged by the G20 to work together closely and to commit to more sustained infrastructure financing for the next 3 to 5 years. And those numbers that I shared with you, the $75 billion by the MDBs, is really coming as a result of those deliberation with the G20 and the United Nations process on the SDGs.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Can you kindly raise your hands and briefly introduce yourself by your name and institution? So we have one question from here, and one sister here, and one here. Let's have 3 questions in the first round. Do we have microphones for? Yes. Let's start from here, and please microphone for brother there and our sister here. Yes, please.
Testing. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Freddy. I'd like to raise my question to my colleague, Mr. Sarjito. My question is about the plan of the Indonesian OJK to develop the ratings for the sukuk. I'd like to ask Mr. Sarjito to elaborate more about the program or the plan of OJK about this rating. Thank you.
Can you kindly repeat the question? Because
okay, let me try to make it slower. One of
maybe
the program.
Yeah. You just use this. Maybe it's better. echo. Yeah,
Okay.
we can kindly.
Okay, thank you. One of the program that the Indonesian OJK is planning to do to develop the sukuk in Indonesia is to develop the ratings for this sukuk. So I would like to ask Mr. Sarjito to elaborate more about this. What the plan of OJK to develop the ratings for sukuk in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next please. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rusdi from CIMB Niaga. This question to Pak Sarjito. We really understand regarding the role of OJK that there are some things which has been addressed by government, especially regarding the tax neutrality. My question is, who is going to take up this to the government? Because if there's no one in the structure, our structure, we are still hanging fruits. We do not know how to address. And then the second things, does OJK has a plan to have the sukuk corporate law? If we see the historical, for example, when the government, they have the Islamic banking law, I think the business is growing. But when we talk to some investor, I think they're concerned regarding the sukuk corporate law. And then for the Pak Nazara from BKF, we read in the news that the government they are doing they plan to amend the undang-undang pajak penghasilan. Is it including for the Islamic finance transaction or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, can we have the last question for the first round? Can we have the microphone to the front, please?
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Iva Atka. I'm still a student in Institute of Statistics, studying economics and statistics. As we know that the price or the cost of infrastructure between the west of Indonesia, like Jakarta, Sumatra, and Extra, and between Jakarta and Sumatra, and the east of Indonesia, like Papua, Sulawesi, and Maluku, is different. And the cost of infrastructure in Papua is really higher. It's really higher from the west of Indonesia. I want to ask if there is the special force or the special program or policy of Indonesia using this sukuk to reduce the cost of infrastructure in Indonesia, especially in the east of Indonesia, like Papua, Sulawesi, and Maluku. Thank you.
Thank you. So I come back to our panelists. Yeah, Professor Nazara, first you, and then we have a question for Mr. Sarjito also. First.
Thank you. There is one question about the revision of Indonesian income tax law, whether that would also include the sukuk. In the revision of the Indonesian income tax law, which we schedule sometime, hopefully no later than next year, we need some time for all this discussion. We will revisit all dimensions of the income tax law in Indonesia. So I can tell you that the plan at this moment, it is not going to be like an amendment of the law, but it will be a complete overhaul of the law. So we hope that we will also include, so it is actually the answer is very simple. We will include all dimensions. So that is for sukuk, also for the government bonds as well. So we hope to get your feedbacks actually. What are the elements that you would like to see in the upcoming revisions? To address the next question about whether sukuk is possible to reduce costs, in the infrastructure development, especially for our fellow Indonesians in the eastern region. At this moment, the government is using the sukuk as part of the general budget financing. So every year, last year, for example, we run budget deficits. Last year was 2.5% of the GDP. Now, in order to finance that budget deficit, we are going to different sources. We sell bonds to the market, in conventional market as well as in sukuk market, in Islamic bonds market. In the Islamic bonds market, I can tell you that Indonesia is now one of the highest sovereign issuer, Republic of Indonesia. Next session will be more discussion about that. But then, what are the money is used for? The money is used for the budget. So it gets into the budget, and the budget is then spent on infrastructure. If we build enough infrastructure in the eastern region of Indonesia, then accordingly the cost of doing business in eastern region of Indonesia will also going down. So infrastructure will smoothening up the business, improve the investment climate, will be lower costs at the end of the day. So that is the link. So it is not something that is directly to reduce costs, but by using the sukuk financing, we can build more infrastructure than we are capable of out of the tax revenue. We are capable to build more infrastructure. If we build more infrastructure, it will be promoting investment climate and reducing cost of doing business in more remote area in Indonesia. I hope this explains to your question. Thank you.
Sarjito?
Okay, I think I have two very good questions from my brother Freddy Saragi on rating of the sukuk, and the second from my brother from the CIMB about the possibility of issuing corporate sukuk law and also the who actually handled this tax a bit problem. But Freddy, actually, we currently still treat the same way between issuing bond and corporate sukuk. But actually, it is different thing, as our professor from Wharton School also mentioned before, that it must be different because rating for the sukuk is not the same as a rating for the corporate bond, normal corporate bond. And also the bankruptcy thing. For the rating now, we have been discussing with the Pavindo and Fitch on possibility of make a special rating for issuing sukuk, not like corporate bond, because we understand that sukuk has a underlying asset, while corporate bond is not the same like the issuing sukuk. So OJK now still in deep discussion on doing these rating things, Mr. Freddy. I believe that later on we can find the good thing about this rating, even though in the international perspective, still the same for rating for the sukuk and corporate bond. And we believe that it must be different. For our brother from CIMB, on the tax clarity with the Minister of Finance, we have been discussing this with the Minister of Finance, and it's very fruitful discussion. And according to Ministry of Finance, it was only the perception, but actually it is the same. But again, as some lawyers, international lawyers and investors need to have clarity, but we want from the Minister of Finance to issue not law, changing law, but implementing rules that can make it clear that this is actually treated as what we want. So we have been doing that. We also been discussing with the Minister of Finance and also from the Directorate of the Tax Office and even from other parties. So we are having a fruitful discussion. On the possibility of the issuing sukuk law, it is like in other perspective, like Indonesia has currently don't have investment law. So we only rely on the capital market law. We don't have investment law. So growing on the Sharia instrument, so it is very possible that later on that we think if we really need that, so corporate sukuk law can be issued. So we do hope on the development of the Islamic finance and also Islamic instrument, so we can adjust the possibility of that issuing sukuk law. We are discussing about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, given the time limitation, I will have one last round of questions. One brother here and one brother here. Okay. The microphone. Please, to be concise, one question, because we don't have time. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Saeed from Libya. I had attended your for 2 days now, and I thank for IDB Bank for the invitation. I think as we're a little bit far away from home, we have enough investment and fund to finance and invest in any private or public project. But we are looking for a relationship, because this is sukuk is something new for us where I come from. We look for an asset management or a regulator through IDB or the professional of Indonesia to help us to regulate our funds, which is we have them all over the world. And we are looking to invest in a private, and we want to re-immigrant those funds that we have all over the world to come back to Islamic communities such as Indonesia, Malaysia. And our funds at the moment is being managed by, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, those big names. We need to re-regulate and re-immigrant funds back to the Islamic world. So we look for a professional Muslim brothers like Indonesia, IDB Bank, to look at this proposal. As my country at the moment is under state of war, but we are now rebuilding Libya, hopefully, inshallah, the end of this year. We are not looking for funds. We have enough funds, but we look for management. And also we want to reinvest those funds back to the Islamic world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Brother Walid, you can maybe comment on this. And next and last question from here. This side, we have microphone, please. Microphone? Yes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My question, just quick. Mr. Freddy has explained before, has asked about ratings for Islamic sukuk. And I think before you can have ratings, we should also ask what is Indonesia's track record for the sukuk itself? Because if the track record is not good, then the ratings will automatically show. So do we have some report where we can look at how the sukuk is going? Because to say we have invested a lot in sukuk or we have issued a lot of sukuk just means I owe a lot of money now. But how am I doing in repaying those sukuk? Jazakumullah.
Thank you. So let's start with the first question. Dr. Walid, you can comment. And maybe second question, Professor Nazara.
Thank you very much. Question from Dr. Saeed from Libya. I think you will be pleased to know that IDB has four special departments that are specialized in addressing the kind of question that you raised. The first one, we have an Islamic Financial Services Department, which is mandated to develop the Islamic financial industry, and they will be more than happy to work with you. We have ERTI itself, of course, which is disseminating knowledge about Islamic finance products. We have the Capacity Development Department, which specializes in transferring knowledge and know-how between countries in a special field. So, for example, if you want to learn from Indonesia or Malaysia or any other country, they will be more than happy to assist in that. And when the time comes for the issuance itself, we have the private sector arm that does provide advisory services and issuance of sukuk. So these are the 4 key departments. Some of the directors and the Director General of RT is here. They can also provide more information for you after the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Nazara.
Thank you. The second question. I think your question is a good question that some of the answers would be in the next session. But I will address one point that you raised about the issuing sukuk means we owe a lot. Now, how much is a lot? Now, I can tell you that the Indonesian government debt to GDP ratio is currently 27%. 27% out of a GDP is not a lot. It is very manageable. If we look at our neighboring countries in the Southeast Asia, you will find other countries at 50-60% debt to GDP ratio. If you look at Japan, 250% of the GDP. So 27% in a micro sense is very manageable. Now, of course, the need of Indonesia to build infrastructure is a lot. Now, in the past, when we borrow money from overseas, the bulk of that money is used for fuel subsidy. Now we cut down the fuel subsidy, the bulk of that money is used for infrastructure. So, I can tell you that if we use the money wisely, then debt to GDP ratio that is increasing a little bit which is still under management is okay. Our current law limit our debt to GDP ratio at 60%. Now, there is no intention of the government to go too high, to go up too high. We are still comfortable at around 27% of the GDP, and we would like to maintain around that numbers. Now, if we would like to maintain that numbers, the next question is, where should we get the financing from? From the market. It comprises conventional market and Islamic sukuk market, or we can also still making the best available of the loans. We have to manage that, and I think the next session, my colleague from the Ministry of Finance will tell you the government debt portfolio, how we manage that, and then more specifically, the management of the sukuk, the Islamic bonds. I hope that is also a good introduction for the next session as well.
Thank you, and this will be a good note that we can end this session as we have already exited our time. I would like you to join me to thanking our distinguished panelists.
Check. May we have all the panelists and the discussion chair to remain on the stage? Sorry. To all the panelists and the discussion chair, please remain on the stage. To all the panelists, dear Minister, to all the panelists and the discussion chair, please remain on the stage. And we kindly request to Professor Suhasan Nazara, the Chairman of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, to present the souvenirs to all the panelists and the discussion chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our speakers. And now, we are coming to the panel 2 with the topic Innovation in Sukuk Issuance. The discussion chair of this panel is Director General Islamic Research and Training Institute of IDB Group, Professor Muhammad Asmi Omar. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite to the stage Professor Muhammad Asmi Omar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. We now would like to call upon three speakers, three panelists for this session. The first panelist is Dr. Robert Pakpahan, Director General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, Ministry of Finance. Please, Pak Robert. The second speaker is Brother Rafi Hanif. Brother Rafi Hanif, he's the CEO of CIMB Islamic Bank Malaysia. Welcome. While they sort out, I hope you can stand. And the third speaker is, hold on. And the third speaker is Brother Adil Babika from ISAC, that is the Islamic Corporation for Insurance of Investments and Export Credit of the IDB Group. He replaces the CEO of ISAC. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to discuss next is on innovations of Sukuk. As being mentioned earlier on by Dr. Bambang Brojonegoro, the Minister of Finance, there are various types of Sukuk. If you look at the beginning, most of the Sukuk was structured on the basis of Murabaha, or sometimes also known in Malaysia as Al-Bait Bitamin Al-Jil Sukuk. And subsequently, we have Ijarah Sukuk, and then we have Mudarabah Sukuk, Musyarakah Sukuk, and then variants of those Sukuk include hybrid Sukuk, where we also have what we call the convertible Sukuk, exchangeable Sukuk. And lately, late 2014 as well as 2015, we have what we call as CSR Sukuk, the Gavi Sukuk, which was mentioned yesterday, if you are in the morning session yesterday, during the SDGs forum, mentioned by Dr. Jamila from the United Nations. The Gavi Sukuk for what we call immunization. And also June last year, we have Sukuk Ihsan from Malaysia, issued by Khazanah Malaysia. So now we see there are many types of Sukuk and various types of innovations that are put forward in the market. Of course, Indonesia pioneered the retail Sukuk, and subsequently other countries have also followed suit, including Malaysia, on the issuance of retail Sukuk. So what's interesting is that you have originally started with sovereign Sukuk, and if you look in terms of the percentage of Sukuk being issued in the market, the largest percentage is sovereign Sukuk, followed by quasi-government Sukuk, and then we have corporate Sukuk. Then of late, which was started by Indonesia, is the retail Sukuk. So as you can see, there are various types of Sukuk in the market. So our three distinguished speakers will be sharing their perspective on the Sukuk. What I will do as a moderator of this session is to direct the discussion and subsequently allow you to ask questions to these three gentlemen. Bear in mind that Sukuk is a living subject, which means that it is going a tremendous innovation. So you will see from time to time new jurisdictions, be it in Southeast Asia or in the Middle East, that will be offering new sukuk in the market. So in this way, what we can do and learn is to look at what has been offered in one country and try to also modify and replicate in another country. So with that introduction, I would like to now call upon Dr. Robert Pakpahan, the Director General of the Budget, Financing and Risk Management of the Ministry of Finance, to deliver or share his thoughts on this particular topic. The floor is yours, Dr. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished participants of the 41st IDB annual meetings, delegates, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to share about Indonesian experience in the innovation of sukuk, especially in the issuance of sovereign retail sukuks by the government of Indonesia. Before explaining more specifically regarding the retail sukuk, I would like to talk some experience in the sukuks issuance of Indonesia. First, regarding the legal, the instruments and the structures that we have used. We issue two types of government bonds. Number one is conventional government bonds, and the second one is sukuk negara. The role of sukuk negara in our issuance now every year is approximately 24% in each year of issuance. And the portions of outstanding sukuk from the total outstanding bonds of Indonesia currently around 15%. Under the law number 19 of 2008, sovereign Sharia securities or sukuk negara is defined as a sovereign securities issued based on the principle of Sharia as evidence of the participation in sukuk negara assets either in Indonesian rupiah or in foreign currency. We have 6 core instruments that you can see here so far. Number one is what we call SPNS, or Islamic Treasury Bills for short tenors, less than 1 year. The number two instrument is IFR, EFR, Islamic Fixed Rate, tenors medium to long terms. Underlying asset is fixed assets. The number three instruments that we also normally use is PBS, project-based sukuk. As the name says, the underlying asset is a project of the government in the budget, with the tenors medium to long. And then number four is sukuk retail, SR, that I will explain later on more specifically, with the tenors around 3 years, and underlying asset currently is state budget projects and also fixed asset. Number five instruments that we also use is SDHI, Sukuk Dana Haji Indonesia, which is the Hajj funds of Indonesia. And lastly is SNE, Sukuk Negara Indonesia, which is our global US dollar Islamic sukuk. So those are the 6 instruments that we have issued since 2008. There are 4 structures that we have developed. Number one is Izara sale and leaseback. We also use Izara asset to be leased, for instance, for PBS. Izara Al-Hadamat, the structure that we use for the Sukuk Dana Haji Indonesia. And then the new structures that we use only in the last 2 years, Wakalah, which we use for our global US dollar Sukuk issuance. This is the profile or the issuance, the history of issuance that we have executed so far. We issued beginning in 2008 as of 10, and total issuance as 10 of May 2016, as has been mentioned in the welcome remark of the ministers. We have issued 503.06 trillion Indonesian rupiah. So from 2008 until 2016, so far we have been successful to issue 503 trillion Indonesian rupiah, because some of them we have paid. Outstanding total currently 380.42 trillion Indonesian rupiah. Denominations could be in Indonesian rupiah and in US dollar. As you can see in the graph, you can see the growth of issuance beginning 2008. 2008, first time we only issue 4.7 trillion rupiah. 2009, second year we issue 16.6 trillion, and continues for 2015 we executed 118.5 trillion rupiah, and for 2016 in the early second quarter of 2016, so far we have executed 110.9 trillion Indonesian rupiah issuance. If we see the compositions, the number one largest portions in our issuance is in the form of PBS, project-based Sukuk. The number two largest portions is the global US dollar Sukuk. The number three portions biggest is our retail Sukuk. Briefly regarding our global Sukuk, we started issuing in US dollar Sukuks in 2009. As of April 29th, total sovereign Sukuk issuance in international market has reached 43.56 billion. This is globally, and Indonesia contributed 23.3%, or precisely 10.15 billion US dollar of the total international sovereign Sukuk issuance, quite a significant number. And then currently, at the outstanding level of 9.5 billion, Indonesia is the largest sovereign that has outstanding Sukuk globally, and also Indonesia is the most active sovereign Sukuk issuers globally. This is, if we want to see the profile of the owner, meaning who owns, who has purchased our Sukuk Negara. If we look at this data, basically the number one owners of our Sukuk Negara is our conventional bank, which hold around 34.51% of the total outstanding. The second largest is pension fund, which currently holds around 15.22% of the outstanding Indonesian Sukuk tradable in the secondary market. And the third largest holders is individual at the level of 9.18% from the total tradable Indonesian rupiah Sukuk. So there is the three largest owners, which is conventional bank, pension, insurance, and then individual. Sharia bank is also hold around 7.15%. These low figures due to low share of Sharia in our assets overall in Indonesia. Now let's get into the Sukuk retail more specifically, and which is an innovations that we believe that the government is quite happy to see the progress. Basically, Sukuk retail is intended to broaden source of state budget funding. It's also intended to provide Islamic instrument for retail investors, regular investors, citizens of Indonesia, and also is intended to enhance Islamic market development. It is intended to promote financial inclusions, meaning to give more access to regular people in a capital market, and also transforming investor perspective from saving-oriented to investment-oriented society. With the Indonesia of 250 million populations, it is very strategic for government trying to educate its people to try to invest in a variety of instruments of investment. Why do we think that retail sukuk would be interesting? Number one, it has a fixed return, and which is paid on a monthly basis, and also it offers a lower income tax compared to a bank deposit accounts. Our retail sukuk is subject to 15% withholding tax, while deposits, bank deposit withhold around 20%. Sukuk retail also tradable at a market price, and also can be used as a collateral by the owners of the sukuk retail. How do we issue sukuk retail? Basically, it has to have a legal base. There is an underlying assets. At the moment, we use project as an underlying asset. It has a sukuk structure. It get a fatwa from Majelis Ulama Indonesia. We use selling agents to sell and to promote. There's a legal advisor, and issuance process and settlement is there. This is the history of sukuk retail success story from 2009. First time we issued sukuk retail 001. You can see here that the tenors of our sukuk retail is normally 3 years, except in 2012, the tenor is 3.5 years. Normally, we issue sukuk retail in the first quarter of each year. Coupons varies every year. The last sukuk retail 008, we issue at a coupon of 8.3%. And during the first 3 years of issuance until 2011, sukuk retail is issued under ijara, sale and leaseback structures with underlying asset in the form of land and building owned by the government. However, after 2011, we used the structures of ijara asset to be leased, which use government projects also as part of our underlying assets. If we look at this picture more detail, you can see sukuk retail in the first year, we issue in the size of 5.5 trillion. Second sukuk retail, we issue in the size of 8.03 trillion, and so on until last year, 2015, we issue sukuk retail 07, the size 21.9 trillion, and this year we issue the size is 31.5 trillion Indonesian rupiah, a significant amount in contributions to our financing needs. In the lower middle of the chart, you can see the total investor individual that purchased our sukuk retail. In the first issuance in 2009, 14,295 individuals purchased the sukuk retail. After that, slightly increased to 17,231, and so on. And then you can see that this year, 2016, 48,000 people, 48,444 individual purchased our Sukuk retail, which show that the financial inclusion has increased. More and more regular individual has bought our Sukuk retail. The average order you can see on the charts on the bottom right. The first year is around the average order per investor is around 389 million. In our last transactions, average order per individual is 650 million rupiah per order for individual. A case study, especially for the last Sukuk retail issuance, which is the 008 Sukuk retail. The structure is asset to be leased. Issuers, our SBV is called Perusahaan Penerbit SBSN Indonesia, tenor 3 years, coupon 8.30% per annum. Minimum order of our Sukuk retail is 5 million rupiah. Maximum order is 5 billion rupiah. The instrument is tradable with 1 month holding period, meaning the investor cannot trade the bonds less than 1 month after buying. Nominal per unit is 1 million rupiah. The executions result, total issuance is 31.5 trillion Indonesian rupiah, compared to last year around 21.995 trillion rupiah. Number of investors, as I have mentioned, 48,444 investors, compared to last year around 29,706 investors. Average purchase per investor is 650.2 million Indonesian rupiah. If we look further in the total number of investors and the purchase that they execute, is quite diversified, ranging from very wealthy individuals. You can see here that those who purchase above 4 billion rupiah is around 979 individual investors, or 2.02%. And then around 383 investors purchase with the size of 3 to 4 billion rupiah. 1,352 investors purchase with the size between 2 billion to 3 billion Indonesian rupiah, and this represents 2.8%. And then around 9,824 investors purchase between 600 million to 2 billion rupiah, which comprises around 20.3%. And then the largest portions actually those who purchase with the size between 100 million rupiah to 600 million rupiah, which is around 18,297 investors. And then less than 100 million, 17,609 investors, or the composition around 36.3%. So in total, average purchase is 650 million per individual. If we look at the regions, Sukuk retail is reachable to all Indonesian citizens all across the regions, although the largest portion around by volume, 38.53% is in Jakarta, and then by volume, 50.31% purchase conducted in the Western Indonesia, meaning Java and Sumatra outside Jakarta. Central Indonesia, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, 9%. Eastern Indonesia, Papua, around 2.12%. And this regional distributions is in line with our GDP proportions of each region. But we can see that Jakarta and western part of Indonesia almost purchase around more than 80% of the volume. Distribution by investor type. The number one, the biggest purchaser of the Sukuk retail is employee, private employee, around 19,843 individual or 39.35%. Second largest purchaser buyers are entrepreneurs, around 12,465 or 34.37%. Housewife number 3, and then others around 14% number, including in others is civil servant, retiree, students, army, and artists. So number one is employee, and then entrepreneur, and then housewife. This is distribution by investor age. So the buyers of our Sukuk retails ranging from under 25 to over 55 years old. And the largest purchase volume of Sukuk retail come from the investor at the age of more than 55 years, which they purchase around 41.99% from the total issuance. You can see that the older you get, the more money you have. Basically, above 55 years, purchase around 41.99%. And then the age between 41 to 55, purchase around 35.51% of the total issuance. And then the number 3 is between 25 to 40 years. They purchase around 20%. So those are our experience. We try to emphasize the Sukuk retail, especially showcasing the Sukuk retail 008, because this is the first time we issue. This is the largest retail bonds issuance in Indonesia so far, even larger than the government's conventional bonds retail issuance so far. So we are quite happy that Sukuk retail has been successful. It has a significant role in overall our Sukuk issuance in financing our budget deficit, and we think this achieved the financial inclusions and some of the objectives that the government has. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Robert. I will not dwell on what he has presented earlier on, but given the time constraint, I would like to call upon Brother Rafi Hanif. His CV should be up there. He is a long friend of mine, or a good friend of mine. He is currently the CEO of CIMB Islamic. Prior to that, he was the CEO of HSBC. Amanah. Okay, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala rasulil amin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kepada para hadirin yang saya hormati. It gives me immense pleasure to be back in Jakarta and share with you our experience in developing the retail sukuk market and the socially responsible investment sukuk market in Malaysia. So if you look at the development of the sukuk market in Malaysia, the regulator and the policymakers have been developing the sukuk market in the last 2 decades, since the first sukuk was issued in 1990. So you see here a series of development that took place since the year 2000 across various areas, which includes the shift from a merits-based disclosure, merits-based regime to a disclosure-based regime. So currently, we have in 2015 introduced the Lodge and Launch framework, which is pretty much based on the disclosure regime. And we have also brought in various tax incentives to spur the growth of Islamic bonds. And we also have streamlined some of the disclosure process so that it can attract a variety of issuers within Malaysia and outside Malaysia to tap the sukuk market. And we have seen a steady growth of the sukuk market, and this gives you a snapshot of the size of the new issuance from the year 2000. There was a slight dip in 2015 due to the pressures from the oil price, but we are seeing a steady growth in the last 4 months, and we believe strongly that this year it will go back to the scale we saw in 2013 and 14. Now, if you look at the sukuk index, it has been performing better than the conventional bond index over a period of more than 5 years here. And the spreads between a conventional AAA and a Islamic AAA in Malaysia, the Islamic papers have been priced both at the primary and the secondary market levels tighter than the conventional bonds, principally due to the larger number of investors available for buying Islamic bonds. Now, if you look at what Malaysia has done since 2012 is to broaden the investor base. Traditionally, the investors for bonds and sukuk have been institutional investors like the public pension funds, the private pension funds, the insurance companies, the takaful operators, the fund managers who managed both fixed income and equity with a fixed income component. And the government was conscious in terms of developing the retail sector. So they've come up with a series of incentives to promote retail investors to buy sukuk. And the idea is to expose the retail investors directly to the sukuk itself, as opposed to going through a mutual fund or a unit trust. And it enables the sukuk to be issued not only in an exchange. This Dana Infra sukuk, which I will talk about, is actually an exchange-traded sukuk, but the framework also allows for over-the-counter sukuk issuances. But the key ingredient for retail sukuks, one is it must be driven through robust disclosure requirements. So the prospectus has to be on par with the standards for other sukuk, and there must be a continuous disclosure process. And there is a credit rating requirement, and there must also be efforts to increase the investor education so they are fully aware of the risks and rewards attached to the sukuk itself. Now, in terms of the types of sukuk issuance for retail, the framework also looks at the staged process in terms of opening up the retail sukuk market. In the first phase, the regulators were focusing on sukuk issued for retail, but it is either issued by a government entity or guaranteed by the government. So we were looking at a sovereign risk retail sukuk in the first phase, so that the exposure to market risks and fluctuation sukuk prices will be limited, and the returns will be fixed, and it represents the full faith credit risk of the government of Malaysia or government-linked company. In the second stage, the sukuk will be expanded to other issuers, including public listed company, banks licensed under the Financial Services Act or Islamic Financial Services Act, Chagamas, which is the equivalent of Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae, and unlisted public companies who are able to get guarantees by Dana Jamin and credit guarantee schemes in Malaysia. So the focus of the retail sukuk is to give the investors a fixed income instrument, but with risks which are measured. Either they are rated or they are guaranteed by the government of Malaysia. I'll give you a case study of Dana Infra. So Dana Infra is an entity which is owned by the Ministry of Finance, Inc., and it is guaranteed by the government of Malaysia, this particular issuance. And it was issued out of a program of 21 billion, which comprises a commercial paper program and a medium-term notes program. This retail sukuk was issued out of the Islamic medium-term notes program, And there were 3 issuances so far. One was in February 2013, which was 300 million ringgit and 10 years. And the second one was in October 2013. This was for 100 million and 15 years. And the last one was in July 2014, and that was for 100 million and 7 years. And you can see the coupon rate, which was semi-annual, ranges from 4% to 4.58%, depending on the tenor of the issuance itself. Now, the funds raised will be used to develop the mass rapid transportation system that we are currently developing in central Kuala Lumpur. And the minimum subscription amount can be as low as 1,000 ringgit. There was no maximum cap. And those who are eligible, as we have described here, are Malaysian citizens who are at least 18 years and above, and corporates with a majority shareholding of Malaysians, and other funds in Malaysia. Well, the underlying structure for the sukuk is murabaha, which is basically driven by Malaysia's ruling on permissibility of sale of debt or buy a dain. But in Indonesia, this particular structure, if it's not permissible as yet, we can easily adapt to the sukuk al-ijara, which is based on fixed asset and project assets. So in terms of adaptability of this particular retail sukuk to the existing regime in Indonesia, it is quite straightforward in terms of adapting to the sukuk al-ijara framework. Now, this section will focus on socially responsible investing sukuk or investment sukuk. Now, the idea is to grow the SRI segment so that the Islamic bond market or sukuk market can slowly shift from a faith-based system to a sustainability-based system. So we want to link up between faith and sustainability, and the socially responsible investment sukuk can be the key towards unlocking this connectivity between faith and sustainability. If you look at the size of the SRI investment pool that is available today, depending on the type of SRI requirements they adhere to, ranges between 22 trillion to $45 trillion today. So those fund managers and asset managers who subscribe to UNPRI, United Nations Principles of Responsible Investment, the size of UNPRI related funds as of last year was $45 trillion. And if you look at the size of Islamic finance, globally is about $2 to $2.5 trillion, depending on how they analyze the numbers. So it is probably 20 times the size of Islamic finance industry. So linking up Islamic finance or Islamic bonds to socially responsible investments will open up to greater opportunities for the issuers. Now, the idea is to link this socially responsible investment to an eligible project, and the eligibility depends on the type of projects that the funding is required for. So, for example, natural resources, if someone is developing, for example, a palm oil plantation, then the palm oil company must be what we call this RSPO compliant. RSPO is the standard that globally accepted. And if they are in the forestry, for example, industry, then they must get the FSC certification. And likewise, if the project is for a renewable energy, then that renewable energy project has to be EIA assessed and must get the necessary certification. So the idea of the sukuk, which is SRI compliant, it's no different from a normal sukuk. The underlying structure could be ijara, it could be based on fixed assets and fixed assets plus project assets, but the use of proceeds, so utilization of proceeds, determine whether it is SRI compliant. And the requirement for SRI compliance depends on the type of project that the funds are being utilized. And the prospectus for SRI sukuk must include details of the eligible SRI project. The standard of disclosure is on par with the disclosures in the normal senior unsecured sukuk. and the statement that the issuer has complied with the relevant environmental, social, and governance standards, plus an independent expert must issue a report. Different sectors may require different independent expert report, and that report will be the basis for recognizing the sukuk as an SRI. And there's also an annual reporting, and in different markets there are different ways of reporting. Some typically report through their own websites, their compliance to the SRI requirements during the tenure. And a case study in hand is the Khazanah Socially Responsible Investment Sukuk. Prof. Azmi mentioned about Sukuk Ihsan earlier. This was issued under a program developed by Khazanah, where they will tap under this program about R1 billion. The program size is about R1 billion. The first issuance was for 100 million to develop schools in Malaysia, the standards of certain schools in Malaysia. So Khazanah, as a sovereign wealth fund, was looking at socially responsible investment, impact investment, and they raised this funding with the clear use of proceeds to develop these schools. So there were 20 schools selected under Yayasan Ames Trust. They're called trust schools, and they have a 5-year period where they have to scale up to a standard that has been prescribed in the prospectus. So every year there will be reports on how these schools have performed, and if they perform according to the required benchmark, after 5 years, the returns on the sukuk will drop. So this is a classic example where if the schools perform according to the benchmark, which is linked to the SRI sukuk, then the yield drops from 4.3% to 3.5%. So there's an incentive for the schools to perform so that the cost of the funding used to develop the schools actually comes down. This is the first SRI sukuk which had a dip in the returns. The investors can lose if all the benchmarks are performed up to 6.22% of the overall yield on the sukuk itself. So this SRI sukuk was the first of its kind, and this can be used for hospitals, this can be used for other social infrastructure, and this particular sukuk was 7 years with a 5-year benchmark period, and if after 5 years the benchmarks were all met, then the yield on the sukuk dips to 3.5%. Again, this was based on Murabaha principles, but if Murabaha is not viable in some countries, but this can easily be done through a combination of Ijara plus Wakala principles as developed in other sukuk. And this basically brings us to the linkage between sukuk and infrastructure. In the last 10 years, we have seen significant rise in the demand for infrastructure investments. And what we have seen in Malaysia is the shift of the sukuk from being a senior unsecured sukuk to a project finance based sukuk. The project finance sukuk is a limited recourse sukuk where the recourse of the sukuk holders is to the assets and the cash flow of the project itself. So we have seen the growth of the project finance sukuk in the last 10 years, and ranging from 500 million 5-year project finance sukuk to today, the last I've seen in December 2015, 8.9 billion ringgit sukuk, which is about $2.2 billion for a 2,000 megawatt coal-fired power plant project ranging from 16 to 23 years. So the minimum tenor is 16 years and the maximum tenor is 23 years, and the total issuance, one-off issuance, was 8.9 billion ringgit. Now this was made possible because of the various development in the infrastructure itself for issuance of sukuk in Malaysia. Over the last decade, we have seen various improvements in the disclosure regime, in the launch and launch framework to facilitate the growth of the infrastructure sukuk. And also the government has spent a lot of time in building the institutional investor base. One important thing to remember, the key drivers of the infrastructure sukuk is not only facilitating the issuance of sukuk, but also facilitating the growth of the institutional investor base. We need to have strong institutional investor base, for example, pension funds, both public and private, institutional funds, reserve managers, mutual funds, takaful operators, insurance companies, who would have long-term liabilities, and they need to match with long-term assets. If we're going to focus infrastructure sukuk to financial institutions and retail, we will not be able to stretch the tenors to 20 years, 25 years. So we need to have a very focused drive towards developing the institutional investor base so that when the sukuk, infrastructure sukuk is launched, we will have demand, sufficient demand to cater for the supply of the sukuk itself. With that, I would like to thank you. And wabillahi tawfiq wal hidayah wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Brother Rafi. He spent exactly 16 minutes. Only 1 minute extra. Okay, now the last speaker is Brother Adil Babika. He's the Director of Legal from ISAC. That is the Islamic Corporation for Insurance of Investment and Export Credit of the IDB Group. The floor is yours, Brother Adil.
Dear sisters and brothers, Assalamu alaikum. It's my great pleasure to talk to you today about the role of ISIC in promoting sovereign sukuk for infrastructure and developmental projects in our member countries. ISIC is a multilateral credit and political risk insurer. It's a member of the Islamic Development Bank Group. It operates according to Islamic law. ISIC has a role to play in promotion of sovereign sukuk because investors in sukuk always look for two things or two elements: profitability, the return on profit, the return on their investment, and the second element is security. Investors always look for profitable and secure investment. ISIC has a role to play in providing security, in providing assurance to the investors in sukuk that their investment will be secure. In case of default, ISIC will step in to compensate sukuk holders. And as you know, sukuk becomes a very important tool for promoting or mobilizing resources for infrastructure and development projects. And sukuk market is growing steadily. As you see from this slide, from 2001 up to 2015, the industry is growing. In 2015, there is a drop, and this is mainly because Bank Negara Malaysia decided to discontinue short-term sukuk. But in general, sukuk industry is growing. It is a very important tool for mobilizing resources. The geographical distribution of sukuk, mainly the GCC has a major share in issuing sukuk. After GCC comes Asia and Far East, then Europe and others, and Africa also has a share in sukuk issuance. This is a picture of the global sukuk in the world. Issuance of sukuk for our member countries. There are many challenges for our member countries to issue sukuk, and mainly most of our member countries have no rating, or their rating is below investment grade, and this will not enable them to have access to international market to mobilize resources. And even if they succeed, the cost of funding will be very high. And ISIC, I will explain to you how can help our member countries to have access to international market to mobilize resources. Sukuk-based notion, it is not new, and as you know, in Islamic finance, sharing of risk is a fundamental principle. And usually investors, they don't like risk. They want protection. They want assurance that they will be paid in due time. And here ISIC can play a role because Sukuk can be structured in a way where ISIC can provide assurance to Sukuk holders that in case of a default by the issuing country, ISIC will step in and indemnifies the Sukuk holders. And ISIC can play this role because of its credit rating. It's a multilateral institution. It's a member of IDB group, and it's rated AA3 by Moody's. This is an illustration of how ISIC can play a role in promoting sovereign sukuk. For example, in case of suppose Ijara sukuk, here the originator, which is a member country, establishes an SPV to issue sukuk. The proceeds of the sale of sukuk will be transferred to the member country for realizing its developmental or infrastructure project. ISIC will issue an insurance policy to the SPV as a trustee. The SPV will act as a trustee of the sukuk holders. It's an agent of sukuk holders. It owns the assets on behalf of sukuk holders. This is the SPV. ISIC will issue an insurance policy to the SPV. According to this insurance policy, ISIC undertakes to pay the SPV or the sukuk holders in case the originator or the defaulting or the member country defaults on its sovereign obligation. If the member country, suppose in Ijara sukuk, fails to pay the rentals, ISIC will indemnify the SPV as a policyholder. The SPV, as you know, acts on behalf of the sukuk holders. The SPV will receive the indemnification and distribute it to sukuk holders. So ISIC plays a role in providing security, in providing assurance to the sukuk holders. And this will encourage sukuk holders to invest in sukuk. What will happen if there is a default and ISIC compensated the sukuk holders? After compensating the sukuk holders, ISIC will go against the originator or against its member countries for recovering the amount on which the country has defaulted. This is a simple structure of how ISIC can play a role in sukuk. Usually ISIC intervenes in case of issuance of a sukuk for infrastructure and developmental projects. And what is the importance of ISIC? Yes, ISIC, because it's a multilateral and it's a AA3 rated company or institution, and it acts in accordance with Islamic Sharia. It can provide an instrument compliant with Islamic Sharia for protecting sukuk holders. What are the benefits of the intervention of ISIC? As you will see, ISIC will help its member countries to have access to the international market because ISIC will act as a guarantor for the issuing country. And ISIC has a big support from ISIC is a reliable guarantor because it has a big support from the reinsurance market. ISIC is a well-known credit and political risk insurance company in the credit and political risk insurance industry. ISIC has a close and strong relationship with the reinsurance market. And ISIC, it relies on its strong relationship with its member countries and the leverage it gets from its members. So why ISIC? ISIC is qualified to provide insurance to Sukuk for main reasons. Number one, if you recall, the Islamic Sharia Board of EOFI has issued in I think 2007 a resolution prohibiting originators or manager from providing guarantee to Sukuk and permitted third-party guarantee. ISIC is qualified to provide third-party guarantee in form of an insurance policy, and ISIC provide this in accordance with Islamic law because it's an insurance policy. It is not a guarantee because, as you know, guarantee cannot be issued for consideration, and no bank can provide a guarantee without consideration. But ISIC can provide a guarantee compatible with Islamic law, and the intervention of ISIC will enhance the risk of the member countries. It will enable the member countries to have access to the international market to borrow, and to borrow at a lower rate. I think that's all. The insurance policy which ISIC is developing for protecting Sukuk, it's an innovative product. This is ISIC will be a pioneer. Its insurance policy will be an innovative product for promoting Sukuk industry. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Adil. So we now have three presentations. First presentation talk about the overall Indonesian Sukuk ecosystem, plus the Sukuk types of Sukuk issued by the government of Indonesia. And subsequently, Pak Robert talks about the retail Sukuk issued by the Republic of Indonesia. And the second speaker talked about, again, the international statistics plus the Malaysian statistics, and then looking at the retail Sukuk of Malaysia, including a case study on Dana Infra, and subsequently the CSR or the SRI Sukuk Ihsan. And the third speaker talks about, again, some statistics about the international Sukuk market, and subsequently propose one solution, especially to IDB member countries that have challenges to access the international capital market because they are not able to go directly due to no rating or very low rating. So using ISAC as a conduit for insurance or takaful coverage, this may lead them or may give them access to the international capital market through ISAC insurance coverage. So we have three presentations. I myself has also a number of questions, but I will not ask questions. I would like the floor to ask questions to these three distinguished speakers. You can address to each of them individually, or you can address to all of them. And we will compile three questions first, and then we'll get them to answer. We still have time. We will have about 35 minutes from now. So can I see who are going to ask questions? First, introduce yourself, and then the question. Please do not give comments. We have enough khutbah already. What we want is questions addressed to the speakers. One, another one. Anybody? Two? Okay, three. Yes. So first, gentleman with the songkok. Okay, can you please introduce yourself and then the questions?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Saeed Salim from Libya. My question is to the ISIC insurance, and therefore I would like to ask if there is possibility of ensuring sovereign fund, sovereign guarantee, and also sovereign bond through ISICs, especially in country like my country, Libya. We have enough funds, but we look for management and assets through Islamic funding and also Islamic insurance. At the moment, we are using, AAA, Lloyd's, all those European, but we'd like, if possible, through ISICs, then we can shift gears and use to ensure for our development in Libya. There is a few $100 billion will be invested to build a new Libya, and we will be a new capital of the world. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Second person I saw on the left side first. Yes, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Firmansyah from CIMB Niaga Syariah. So my question will be addressed to the Brother Rafi from CIMB Islamic, CEO. So actually, as you said that just now, as a catalyst of the investment, as a catalyst of Sukuk, which is the project financing now, because it's also to increase or it's also to improve the numbers of the institutional-based investors to increase their portfolio in terms of Sukuk from through project financing. And as we know that now in Malaysia and Indonesia, most of the project and infrastructures are financed by Sukuk or conventional bonds. But in the other side, as we have a bank as a function of funding and lending, and we know that as a bank we have to keep the liquidity as per requested by the central bank, and even now in the conventional or Sharia banks we have some sort of seems like Islamic working capital or Islamic investment-based projects. So how can we as a bank can realign our business strategy and vision with this thing? I mean with the Sukuk, with the some sort of the institutional-based investors that now, okay, the trend is using Sukuk, but in the other side, there is a business that also using the Islamic-based corporate financing to finance a project. Or should we as a bank also change our direction to issue more corporate Islamic-based Sukuk? And I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I saw a gentleman or sister. Yes, please. Introduce yourself and the questions. I'm not here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Khalid from My Bank Indonesia, Syariah Banking. Very interesting on the explanation on on sustainable sukuk or wakaf sukuk. Here we in Indonesia, as we know, we have plenty of wakaf land. Yeah, it's about 4.5 billion meter square, if I'm not mistaken. The thing is, the development is really, I don't see any development on this area. Yeah. So what I'm trying to ask is whether there is any attention from IDB or from government, yeah, or support from IDB to support development of this area. I mean the sukuk for wakaf land, yeah, because this will give a very big impact to the development of economic in Indonesia. Also, how it can be collaborate between IDB, government, or private sector in terms of banking, yeah, in order to facilitate this development. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, brother. We have, let me just maybe try to explain what I understand from the question. I may, again, interpret wrongly, but I think first is about using, again, the issue of Isaac insurance coverage for Sukuk issuance, particularly in the case of government of Libya, for the reconstruction of Libya. Second one is, I think, more looking at syndicated financing versus Sukuk financing, especially in the context of Indonesia, and how does CIMB look at it generally. And the third one is about Indonesia having a lot of wakaf land. So what are the government plans, or with IDB, for example, to develop wakaf land, possibly through wakaf structures, through Sukuk structures? I think these are the questions. So I would like to call Pak Robert first, and then subsequently we can get.
Thank you. Number one, probably regarding guarantee that I will comment a little bit regarding how we do it in Indonesia. The issuance of sovereign bonds, especially Sukuk, is guaranteed by the government, and it is stipulated clearly in our law. So there is a law that specifies that issuance of sovereign Sukuk negara is guaranteed by the governments. 100%. So it's a risk-free assets in Indonesia. That is why when we offer such a sukuk retail, investors are very confident in buying that. I don't know what it can help, but basically it needs a very high in our constitutions regarding that. Basically, tax revenue, government revenue becomes the guarantee of that. Now regarding, maybe CIMB can answer number 2 regarding the alignment of syndicate, or maybe I can add a little bit regarding update regarding Indonesia. Government of Indonesia financing scheme now relies heavily on bonds issuance. Number 1 is conventional bonds issuance. Number 2 is sukuk issuance. 85% from the total issuance in 1 year, around 80% of our needs in 1 year is from conventional, 20% to a little bit more than 20% is from sukuk issuance. From loans itself, it has been close to zero or sometimes become negative, meaning Indonesia cannot rely on multilateral loan, bilateral loans as a source of financing for our budget deficit anymore. In every year, except last year, before that, in 1 year we always pay higher portions of our principal compared to taking a new loans. So that is from the government perspective. Maybe from the market perspective can be explained by CIMB.
Thank you, Farobet.
Regarding Wakaf land, land is a very important factors in the infrastructure development in Indonesia. A lot of issues, delay is due to land procurement especially. We have a structural planning going on in Indonesia from the government sides in developing our infrastructures. We have a medium-term plan from 5 years where the government has detailed out everything for connectivity, transportation, airport, seaport, rural road and things like that. So I don't know whether this Wakaf land is, but it should be part of it, meaning the way the government plans does not look at specifically Wakaf land, but it's more in a broader terms, and then some of this Wakaf land may fall into that category. But for instance, for building roads, toll roads, providing land is the responsibility of the government. So how we can use this, of course, if we need financing, project financings, sukuk project financing is a feasible one also. Indonesia has exercised project finance sukuks to build several railroads, to build asrama haji and also some roads. So this project finance sukuk is doable for this Wakaf land. But the most important thing is actually the planning of the project itself. Thank you.
Rafi?
So if you look at the enhanced liquidity and capital requirements under Basel III, there will be a shift from syndicated financing or loans to solutions from the capital markets. So if you look at Malaysia, all the infrastructure projects are funded through sukuk, and we hardly see syndicated financing. Banks do not come in for long-term projects given the enhanced liquidity and capital requirements. So the shift is already happening. And for the shift to happen from syndicated finance to infrastructure sukuk, as I mentioned earlier, the key component is whether there is sufficient demand and depth in the institutional investor base market. So there must be clear direction in terms of developing the institutional investor base. So a lot of incentives can be given, and in many countries we have seen tax being used as a tool to develop institutional investor base. So for example, some countries give tax breaks for individuals to take, for example, life insurance or life takaful cover. So if people start taking life takaful cover, the life takaful industry will grow. Education takaful is another growth area where people can take long-term education policy for their children. That will again grow the demand for long-tenured assets, which would be the infrastructure sukuk. Similarly, the private sector pension fund, the public sector pension fund must start allocating a certain amount to infrastructure sukuk. So once we have incentivized the players to shift towards long-tenured assets, you will suddenly see the growth of the infrastructure sukuk. So in markets like Malaysia, syndicated financing is typically used for a bridge, 12 to 18 months, and then the takeout is normally through a project finance sukuk. And the last question on the wakaf or development of the wakaf asset through sukuk, a classic example is Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, which has used wakaf land very effectively by redeveloping the wakaf land into mixed commercial and residential developments using sukuk without losing the wakaf status. So a lot of people fear that if we use financing, then the state of the waqf will change. It will defeat the purpose of the waqf. So we have seen many examples where the waqf status remains, but it has been redeveloped. So if it's a waqf khas for mosque, the fatwa can be given to redevelop into a Sharia-compliant commercial or mixed residential unit and rebuild the mosque on top. So you can still have the mosque, but the land will be developed with steady stream of revenue, not only to maintain the mosque, but also to conduct other charitable activities in accordance with the spirit of the waqf itself. So there are many ways of using sukuk to develop waqf properties, but there must be a clear direction and leadership within the government, particularly using the Islamic or religious departments to grow it. And Singapore is a classic example of how they have developed. And Malaysia also has many examples. So we can look at both these countries for some examples of how they have developed it. Thank you.
Libya is a founding member of ISIC. It can benefit from all services of ISIC. I did not understand what do you mean by subprime investment or however, there are many services ISIC can provide to enhance the risk. ISIC can provide insurance to anyone willing to invest in Libya. If the Libyans they want to go to invest overseas or in our member countries, they can get our guarantee or our protection, and we are encouraging contractors to come to Libya. We have many products which can suit the needs of Libya. If you need more information, you can visit us in our office in the ground floor. But I did not understand what is sub-primary investment or sub-investment. What do you mean by that?
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Thank you for answering part of my question. As Libya now, it is going in BBB, private-public partnership, and there is no more, Libya used to be before as state enterprises. Everything is government-owned 100%. But that's 42 years ago. Now time had changed, you know? So because of the changing that we are now having in Libya, especially, we're going to be the new capital of the world as we are based in North Africa. We are the gateway between Africa, Europe, and Asia. Libya is the #1 country in the world for solar power. Well, by 2050, the oil will be decreased and the solar power will be increased. We are the #1 country in the planet where we have the heart of the sun in Libya. So 300 kilometers square in the desert of Sabha is going to go
Focus on the
further.
question, please.
Yes,
Can you-
I'm just trying to eliminate. Therefore, we are going into privatization. So you are not dealing with government. This is what I mean. We are mostly going for privatization, airport, seaport, and so on. My question to you, as Libya's member in 57, like you said, with the IDB Bank, is it possible for Isaac to cover the investment in Libya and also to cover our private funds? We are not short of funds. We are not asking for. We have surplus money all over the world to be reinvested. Thank you.
This is the basic mandate of ISIC, is to help and to enable its member countries to attract foreign investment. And any investors, any company with the government of Libya, or they want to privatize, they want to attract foreign investor, ISIC can protect foreign investors against the non-country risk of Libya. We can assure investors, if they invested in Libya, they will be protected, they will be compensated in case of confiscation by Libyan government, in case of civil war, in case of breach of contract, in case of any restriction on transfer of currency. All these risks can be covered, and our instrument will help the investors to come to Libya.
Okay, I think we have covered that. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, one. And the two. Another one. Okay, three. So can we start with the I think on my left. Yes, please, brother. Please use a microphone. Introduce yourself as well.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
سأتكلم بلغة عربية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أنا والسؤال سأتوجه إلى مبعوث لوزارة المالية إندونيسيا. أنا في سوق ريتيل رقم 008 لابد في underlying asset. وممكن أن تذكر ما underlying asset في سوق 008 مثلا مثل underlying asset Stad Gelora Bung Karno أو غير ذلك. شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay. Why don't you speak in bahasa Indonesia? At least I understand, a few others understand. And then cakap dalam bahasa Indonesia dan kita akan cuba jawab. Then it's a bit about reserve requirement for suku.
Buat Pak Dr. Robert Pakpahan, sebenarnya gini, saya baca suku kriteria nomor 7, nomor 8, pemerintah Indonesia ada underlying asetnya, tapi yang pengen saya lebih tahu, bentuknya underlying aset dalam suku kriteria 008 yang baru terbit beberapa bulan kemarin, itu apa? Apakah kalau saya misalkan apakah Gelora Bung Karno jadi underlying asetnya atau apa itu? Karena di bank sendiri saya melihat akadnya underlying asetnya tidak terlalu jelas, hanya proyek dalam APBN, sedangkan proyek dalam APBN banyak gitu loh. Sedangkan dalam Islam harus menghilangkan goror, jadi lebih terperinci, itu aja.
Terima kasih. Another questions? Soalan lagi?
Thank you, Prof. Azmi. My question goes to Mr. Osama. My name is Yulizar Jamalin Sanrego from National Sharia Board. Pertaining recourse in the case of default to the sukuk originator, could you please come back to the illustration, which is trying to explain the business model, which is mostly goes to the ECF rule in terms of securing, I don't know, which is related to the issuer or to the investor? Thank you. And maybe you could explain what will be the akad from the picture. Thank you.
Third question. Do we have somebody else who wants to ask? Okay, yes, brother.
Assalamualaikum. Nama saya Taufik dari Kementerian Keuangan, Pak. Saya ingin bertanya ke Bapak Robert mengenai sukuk dan obligasi, Pak. Seperti Bapak yang katakan tadi, pemerintah sangat heavily rely on bond and sukuk. Bagaimana apabila nanti sukuk dan bond akan terjadi overcrowded dan kemudian sekarang ini korporasi bond dan korporasi suku kurang menarik, Pak, karena terlalu banyak bond dan suku yang sekarang ini yang ditawarkan oleh pemerintah. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Can we get as usual? Why don't we start from Brother Adil first, and then we come this way.
It is a basic principle of insurance that the insurance company will compensate the policyholder against the loss which it may incur. And after compensating the policyholder, the insurance company will go against the defaulting party. Okay? In case of insurance, the policyholder is a SPV. It is holding the insurance policy on behalf of the policy of the sukuk holders. Okay? If the originator, for example, in case of Ijara Sukuk, fails to pay the rentals, means that the SPV cannot distribute any part of the Sukuk to the Sukuk holders. Okay? And in this case, ISIC will intervene and it will compensate the SPV to enable it to pay the Sukuk holders. Okay? ISIC will redress the loss. After paying the SPV, ISIC will go against the obligor who defaults on its obligation. And in this case, it will be the originator or the member country. ISIC will go to recover the loss from its member countries who default on its obligations toward the SPV.
Okay, maybe if I can add a bit further to the question. The first question is about akad. What akad do you use between the SPV and ISAC for the insurance coverage? So that's the first one. Akad, the Sharia contract use.
The contract is an insurance contract. It's an insurance policy which ISIC will issue to the SPV. It's an insurance policy to cover the SPV against the non-payment risk of the originator. It's a simple insurance contract.
Brother Rafi, okay, Pak Robert.
Okay, allow me to answer in English for everybody. Number one, regarding the underlying asset that used for the Sukuk Retail SR008. In every issuance of the government's Sukuk issuance, after we executed the issuance, we immediately would issue Ministry of Finance decree which will list all the underlying assets specifically item by item. So regarding Sukuk Retail 008, also there is a list of in a decree by the Ministry of Finance. This is the underlying assets. In this case, a list of project specifically taken from the list taken from the 2016 budgets. Not all of the infrastructure project, but some of them that they have been approved by DG budget. We will list that project as an underlying asset for Sukuk retail. What are they? They are specifically, some of them would be arterial road development, railroad development, small airport, small seaport, that will be built for 2016. If at the end of 2016, some of these underlying assets that we will that is used as an underlying, for some reasons, is not materialized, is not built by the governments, then we will amend the Ministry of Finance decree. We will substitute the project that was not executed with the one that was finally executed 2016. So the governance, the documentations of this underlying is actually very transparent, is available. So there is a specific list that we provide in a Ministry of Finance decree. I think that would be clear. The third question from Pak Taufik regarding the government quite massive issuance in government bonds and Sukuk. As you know, that at the 2016 budget, the deficit is 2.15% of GDP, and for that we have to issue, in terms of government bonds, around 327 trillion Indonesian rupiah, or close to 28 billion US dollar. And for that, around 76% of the 327 trillion, we will issue both conventional bonds and Sukuk bonds in Indonesian denominations in domestic markets, and around 24% in international bonds. So before that, we only issue normally 20% in international bonds in international market. We also realize that liquidity in the domestic market, also we have to be careful. That is why in the original strategy, we increased the portions of international issuance to 24%, and we will monitor the liquidity in our domestic market. If necessary, we can increase the portion of international bonds up to 30%, meaning these portions will not crowd out, will not compete with bonds issuance in domestic market. So that is number one. Number two, why do we issue in 70% in domestic market, in Indonesian rupiah denominations? Because currently the outstanding debt of Indonesia, 56% is in Indonesian rupiah, while 44% in foreign denominations. The government cannot afford to issue all in foreign currency, because then we will be exposed to foreign currency, there is a risk if there is a volatility in currency. Meaning our strategy is trying to find a balance, not crowding out, but also protecting the government not to overexpose in terms of foreign currency. 44% exposure is quite high. The objective of the government is also slowly to decrease these portions to a little bit less than 44%. That is the number two reasons why we're issuing around more than 70% in Indonesia. Number three, as I mentioned, loan is not a major source of financing for Indonesia because of the limited number of multilateral, bilateral. With the size of Indonesia, with a big demand around 28 to 30 billion, I don't think multilateral, bilateral can fulfill our needs. Number two, also, that Indonesia already becoming a middle income countries also, the availability of what we call cheaper financing. I forgot the terminology, but basically in the past you can easily an ODA loan, which is a cheaper because you are in a low income country. But as you move to a middle income country, normally becomes limited for the availability of the ODA loan for Indonesia. That is why also we have to rely more on a broader source of financing. Bonds issuance is the source of financing. With a broader investor base, we can always find instruments and currency mix to allow us to increase the type of investor that we can rely on, instead of relying on a selected small number of multilateral and bilateral. Certainly, we will always monitor to make sure that we are not overcrowding in the domestic market, especially for private needs. We are willing to increase foreign currency bonds or even to increase our loan issuance. We work very closely with central bank to make sure this. Regarding corporate bonds, we understand in Indonesia, government bonds is more advanced in terms of volume and also frequency in issuance. Sovereign bonds in Indonesia has been paving the way for corporate bonds issuance in many cases. Government bonds issuance in US dollar is to pave the way so that the corporate can have a benchmark and then they can issue in US dollar. 3 years ago, the government issued euro-denominated bonds. The purpose is to finance our budget deficit, but also to pave the way so that corporate also then have a benchmark, then they can issue euro-denominated bonds. Government of Indonesia issue samurai bond in Japanese yen, also benchmark, and then later on so that there's a reference for corporate if they want to issue or to tap in Japanese investors. So that is how the government is looking so far, beside financing, but also paving the way, giving some benchmark for corporate to issue bonds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Robert. We are now at the end of the session 2 Innovations in Sukuk. Let us, as usual, show our appreciation to the 3 panel members. I now hand over the session to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and may we have all the panelists remain on stage. And we kindly request to Dr. Robert Pakpahan, the Director General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, for presenting the souvenirs to the panelists and the discussion chair, and followed by a group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm big hand to our speakers. Well, this is the end of our session. Before we continue to the next session, we would like to invite our guests to proceed the refreshment. To be informed that lunch has been served and provided in exhibition Hall A, and you are kindly requested to be here again at 2 p.m. for the next session. And we also kindly request to all of you, the participants of this conference, to fill the questionnaire and submit to our staffs at the registration desk. Thank you, and please enjoy the lunch.
Oman is also one of the countries that really needs to increase its government funding for infrastructure at the moment across the region. Saudi Arabia has seen some big infrastructure sukuk, and I'm going to briefly show you some slides on them, but not really talk too much about them. And that's not surprising, because Saudi Arabia is the country in the Middle East where actually you've seen the most development in the banking sector when it comes to project finance. So every country has to be looked at individually. The last bullet point talks about policy. There is no consistent policy guidance, at least to my knowledge, publicly available in the GCC as a region about how that region will A, use sukuk generally, and B, finance its infrastructure. So as I say, it's difficult to learn from the GCC as a whole. You have to look at individual countries if you want to take lessons from how they're developing their markets. The press talk about GCC, and commentators talk about things that are happening in the GCC, and there's a couple of quotes on this page. It was expected that 2016 would be a really significant year in the GCC for sukuk in particular and for infrastructure financing, but actually that hasn't really happened. And the middle bullet point there is a statement from Amir Iqbal, who some of you will know, and he's really identifying some of the reasons why it hasn't been possible to roll out sukuk perhaps as easily as people would have liked. And I'll come back to some of his comments a little later on in this presentation. So, when we talk about sukuk, what do we mean, and how do we go about structuring these instruments? I think there's a certain irony within the Islamic finance industry in that there are a significant number of different contracts that are available to us as Islamic law practitioners and as Islamic financiers. And some of the Sharia scholars are very keen to say that there is infinite flexibility in how you can deploy Islamic finance contracts. And yes, that is very, very helpful. But in reality, quite often, that sheer volume of contracts, that flexibility, creates a headache for Islamic financiers. And just to give you a few examples, when we're doing infrastructure finance, we can use istisna, we can use ijara, we can use ijara in its forward leasing form, the ijara mawsufa fi al-dima. And then we've got wakala, and we've got, in Saudi Arabia, procurement facilities. And in the UAE, we've got a statutory tool called the Musahata. And these are all great if you understand how they operate, but actually, there's quite a lot of confusion. You know, I do deals every day, and very often we have to spend a lot of our time explaining to our clients and to people participating on the deals whether or not the contractual form they're seeking to use actually works in their particular country, because their particular country may not have the right laws in place to actually facilitate the operation of that contract. So, you know, it can create a lot of aggravation and slow deals down, which is rather frustrating. On top of all of that, our Sharia scholars also will adopt slightly different approaches to different contracts. And it does mean that, certainly in the infrastructure space, very few contracts, very few transactions are the same. I'm already getting a 5-minute warning here, so I'm going to move on quite quickly. SATORP was a deal done in 2011, and it wasn't as big as your Plus financing, but it was 8.5 billion, extremely complex facility of financing in Saudi Arabia that involved export credit agencies, numerous banks, US dollar financing, Saudi Riyal financing, development agencies, and it also had an Islamic tranche comprising a procurement facility, a wakala facility, and I think there was some ijara transactions in there. There was also a sukuk, but the interesting thing about this deal is it was so complicated, the sukuk wasn't ready on the day the deal was launched and had to be brought into the deal after completion through an accession arrangement. So it was a very complex transaction. At the time that SATORP closed in Saudi Arabia, everyone thought that this was going to be the future of project finance in the Middle East and the GCC. And a year later, there was another major project financing in Saudi Arabia, the Sadara Sukuk. Again, another multi-billion complex financing with 3 or 4 different forms of Islamic contract, driven by the credit strength of the shareholders. And again, illustrative of what everyone thought was going to be the pattern for limited recourse project finance using Sukuk in Saudi Arabia. But it's fair to say that since 2012, the volume of those deals has not been repeated. And the next two slides sort of explain some of the reasons why. And I think Mr. McMillan picked up on this earlier. There is a fundamental difference between Sukuk, as they are currently practiced, and project finance and infrastructure finance. Sukuk are asset-based, which basically for our purposes means they are unsecured transactions. The investors in Sukuk rely upon the ratings that support the instruments. They're looking for certainty. In a project finance transaction, these are highly negotiated, complex transactions, usually secured on a limited recourse basis, which is a very different instrument to a Sukuk. You have to deal with a huge variety of complex intercreditor issues, which are listed on these two slides. And it's a bit frustrating because in the SATORP and the Sadara deals, these intercreditor issues were dealt with, they were addressed, and the lawyers and the advisors on the transactions worked out how to combine Sukuk with project finance. But the deals haven't really been repeated. And it's because of the complexity. The fact of the matter is that, and I think it was been mentioned in one of the earlier presentations, these deals are complex and they're often time-consuming. And that means that the issuers don't always want to go through the perceived pain of doing a Sukuk for a project financing transaction. Thomson Reuters carried out their perceptions forecast study in 2015, and the main reason for using Sukuk, I think something like 36 or 40% of the respondents said it's for the diversification of sources of finance. There was no real objection to timeline or complexity of the transactions, but it is a significant factor when we're speaking to clients. So, if existing Sukuk structures are complex and difficult when you're trying to do a limited recourse project financing, are there any alternative Sukuk forms that could be brought to bear on the infrastructure space? And I think that there are, and I think that we as an industry are perhaps not courageous enough in thinking about what are the needs of the Islamic finance industry, and can we A, work with what we've already got, or B, can we evolve what we're using? And I'm going to talk briefly about, I'm going to skip that because we've covered it. I'm going to talk about the bottom slide here, what I'm calling capacity-based Sukuk and covered Sukuk. There's no doubt that in many Muslim countries, and we saw the slides for Indonesia here, there is a massive infrastructure demand, but there is a shortage of government money, either because insufficient tax is collected, or you're talking about jurisdictions where revenues are not raised through tax, or in the GCC, the oil price has had a major impact with projects being suspended or delayed because the government simply did not have the money available from previous resources. So they're going to have to start to think in the next couple of years about how to raise funding. Once they've worked out how to, and the capital markets appear to be attractive, because we know already that through the impact of Basel III, the banking markets don't like transactions of long tenors, and capital is becoming more expensive as a result of Basel III. So what do I mean when I talk about capacity-based Sukuk? Well, hopefully, many of you will be very familiar with the Emirates Sukuk that took place in 2013. This was a transaction that allowed Emirates to sell today its future ability to generate capacity on its route network. So it was selling today under Salam principles assets that would become available in the future, namely passenger seats on aircraft. It was an evolution of airtime. Some of you will be familiar that telecoms companies in several countries around the world have used financing of their airtime to raise money Islamically. Now, I'm not going to describe the Emirates deal in any detail because there's plenty of information available about that, but what I want to do is move to the next evolution of the first deal that Emirates did in 2013 to a deal that they did last year, which again I hope many of you will be familiar with, And this was where Emirates issued a sukuk that was supported by an ECA, Export Credit Agency. And in this particular case, it was ECGD in the United Kingdom. And Emirates were able to use this to finance, for the first time, 4 new aircraft during their construction period. And that's the critical thing. Sukuk struggle to finance the risks of completion during a project, whether it's an aircraft or whether it's a road network. So if you can remove that completion risk from the equation, all of a sudden you can create an instrument that's much easier for investors in Sukuk, because investors in Sukuk are different from those financiers who finance projects otherwise. You can remove some of the risk from the deal. And the ECGD and other export credit agencies are very keen to find ways to roll out their products. The products have similarities to the ICIEC product that was described earlier, the IDB, Takaful or insurance-based support scheme for Sukuk. And if we think imaginatively, we can use that in conjunction with capacity-based approaches to develop new Sukuk structures. 2 examples of areas where we can apply this new thinking are highways. We've already heard about Sukuk being used in Malaysia for the Plus Highway. One of my first Islamic finance transactions was actually some istisna financing for motorways in Pakistan nearly 20 years ago. So roads and bridges have always been financed with Islamic or Sharia compliant money. But actually, I think that we can find new ways to use Sukuk to finance highways and all sorts of other infrastructure. If we can understand, the critical point here is you have to look at the asset and understand what its output is and whether that is an output that can be sufficiently clearly identified as something that can be sold today to the financiers in order for them to be able to sell it in the future and generate a revenue. That's how the Emirates Sukuk worked. And we need to work with our Sharia scholars to sort that out. The second example I've given here is education. I can imagine a scenario where instead of financing the bricks and mortar of a new school, you actually finance the output of the school. And what is that? The output of the school is that it will make available 5,000 desks for students to sit at to be educated for a year. You can find a way to bundle up that output. We've seen Sukuk being used in the Middle East to generically finance education institutions with the GEMS hybrid Sukuk that my firm worked on. And we've seen obviously governments use Sukuk to finance schools in Nigeria. I think one of the Nigerian states, when they issued last year or the year before, were using it to finance education. But actually, you can bring these capacity-based methods of thought to bear on things like education, healthcare, and many other of these public areas where perhaps there aren't enough tangible assets for you to finance. So the principle is what we have to think about applying. And then the last area I want to talk about, and this picks up again on something that was addressed in the very first lecture this morning, covered Sukuk. Many of you will probably not be familiar with this. There is, to my knowledge, only one covered Sukuk that has been done so far. In Malaysia, unsurprisingly, they tend to do these things first. And this is where a bundle of assets were identified as collateral to support a fundraising using Sukuk principles. Now, the difficulty with the particular Malaysian deal that was done, it was a Malaysian building society that did this deal, is that the obligation was a murabaha obligation that sat under the Sukuk. And although murabaha sits under many Sukuk in Malaysia, in the Middle East and in other parts of the Muslim world, murabaha is not accepted as an asset that can underpin a Sukuk, at least not on its own. It can be in conjunction with other assets. But the principle of creating a pool of security that can secure the Sukuk obligation may allow us to do Sukuk in those jurisdictions where we cannot yet do true sale, full securitizations. We heard earlier about how difficult they are because you can't get legal opinions on true sales because of the lack of a legal architecture. You can get opinions on different types of collateral that can be created that don't require a true sale. And so there may be scope, and I'm talking to clients already in the GCC about whether there are opportunities in their jurisdictions to try and develop the idea of covered Sukuk in the way that we have covered bonds. It's something that we've seen a lot of in the UK over the years, and we may be able to develop that in the GCC and then elsewhere in the Muslim world. So just to wrap up, and this is my final slide, I think that we don't need to spend too much time trying to reinvent the wheel. very often in this industry we think that because it's Islamic we have to do something that's different that no one else has thought of. Well, actually, as a lawyer, when I start thinking about deals, the first thing I do is I pick up the phone and I ring up my colleagues, whether they're in New York or in Singapore, and say, have you done anything like this before? And usually someone somewhere in our network has. So we can look at things that have been done before, but we then can adapt them to make them Sharia compliant, and I don't think we should be frightened about doing that. We need to encourage the industry stakeholders to develop policy, particularly in the area of things like infrastructure. And the IDB, AOFI, IFSB, IIFM, these are all institutions that perhaps can improve their collaboration and try and develop policy so that an infrastructure financing that works in Malaysia actually could work somewhere else in the GCC and vice versa. Because at the moment, some of the things that happen in one country can't be rolled out in another country. And then regulators and legislators, we have to keep talking to them and helping them do the hard work that is necessary to improve the legal, the regulatory, and the fiscal framework so that they are fit for purpose in every country. Again, I'm not going to spend time talking about those because lots of other speakers have mentioned some of the areas where further work is done. And throughout all of this, we need to bring the Sharia scholars along with us, and we need to be saying to the Sharia scholars, please, 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 can you, within your networks, try and standardize some of the positions that you take in these complex financings to help us, the bankers and the financiers and the lawyers and the beneficiaries of Sukuk, deliver the financing that could be achieved with Sukuk if it can be adapted for the peculiar and specific demands of infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. A very detailed presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we only have a very limited time left to have question and answers, but I will entertain maybe one or two persons that would like to explore further. I open the floor for any questions that would like to be raised to the speakers now. Okay, one. Any others? Okay, two then. Please. Please give your credential, I mean your name and also your affiliation.
Thank you. My name is Ramsey Ramli. I'm from Asian Development Bank. Unfortunately, I'm glad to have that legal questions that I can ask to the legal expert. I've been waiting since this morning. But unfortunately, it is addressed to Mr. Miller in particular, that you skip the legal case slides. But my understanding that most of the loan-based project dispute resolution are based on FEDEC. So is there any particular dispute resolution for a Sukuk-based project in case of default? That having said, as a member of the International Bar of Association, probably I'm wrong, but then I could not see many fora for the international financial law for Sukuk in particular, so in order to enhance the knowledge of the lawyers globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, gentlemen in the front. Anybody can help to give him the mic, please? On the front.
Once more, I have to introduce myself, yeah?
Yes, yes.
My name is Lukman from La Trobe University. My question is directed to Mr. Miller. It's actually just, I'm asking the same question again from one of the previous sessions, which is, I asked whether Indonesia has developed any sort of track record or analysis of Sukuk, and if we wanted to look for those reports where we could find them. But I haven't gotten that information yet, so I'd like to ask Mr. Miller, we've seen some disaster cases happen in the GCC, and I just wanted to know if you see any of those signs. It's probably too early in Indonesia to tell, but do you see any signs, similar signs in Indonesia with the way has been presented today. Thank you very much.
Okay, two questions toward Mr. Miller, but I'm not really limiting other speakers. You would like to give us your comments, but I will give the floor to Mr. Miller first.
Okay, I'll try and answer those just very, very briefly. I think when it comes to dispute resolution in Sukuk, within a Sukuk transaction, there are two elements. There's the underlying financing that creates the asset, and then there's the public offering documentation. Way down in the bottom of the procurement documentation, the construction contracts will involve FIDIC and those forms of contract. But when it comes to the financing, very often the forms of dispute resolution are either courts in jurisdictions of England, if it's an English law set of finance documentation, or sometimes New York, or increasingly in many countries we are seeing local laws being applied even on the financing documents for dispute resolution. And it varies from transaction to transaction. The other important element of, or important development recently has been arbitration, where again you will find that in an increasing number of Islamic finance transactions, the parties prefer to select an arbitration tribunal, and then it's a question of which tribunal do they select. Do they select maybe the LCIA or the tribunals that operate through Paris, or in the Emirates, increasingly we're seeing the DIFC being selected as a fora for dispute resolution. So it varies from transaction to transaction, and it's difficult to be specific about what the parties will select. On the second question about the potential disaster scenario, I can't really comment on Indonesia and whether or not that you're building your bubble now. But I mean, again, I think that there's a lot more rigor now in the Indonesian system from a regulatory perspective, and I know the central bank here and the other authorities here are probably looking very closely at what they're doing all of the time. And I think that generally around the world, and certainly in the GCC, the governments are so much more aware than they ever were of the risks that can build up within economies. And even in the GCC, people are already talking about whether Dubai's current expansion is building a little bit of a bubble there. But the government is working hard to monitor this, to try and mitigate those risks. And I think that's probably the case here, but I'm sure my Indonesian fellow panelists can comment on that.
Any speakers would like to add comment? Maybe Dato' Nurzia? Maybe you have some experiences in settling some disputes.
As far as dispute resolution, so far in Malaysia, I've not seen defaults that requires this dispute resolution. But of course, in any Sukuk documentation, they would have provided the mechanism of the dispute resolution. But I think as far as issuers are concerned, we are very cautious in terms of when we want to issue the Sukuk, and also because we have the rating agencies that will do assessment of the Sukuk issuer every 6 months. So I think that gives a good confidence level to the investors in investing in the Sukuk in Malaysia.
Thank you. Faisal, would you like to add? Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come to the end of the presentation of this session. I would like once again thanks to our prominent speakers. Please join me to give a round of applause to our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And may we have all the panelists remain on stage. And now we kindly request Mr. Isa Rahmatarwata, the Assistant Minister, Ministry of Finance, to present the souvenirs to all the panelists and the discussion chair, and followed by a group photo session. Please rise. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our speakers. To all the panelists, you may return. And to Dr. Halim Alamsyah, would you please remain on stage? Our next agenda is a closing remark to be delivered by the Chairman of Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation. Allow me to welcome Dr. Halim Alamsyah.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our closing moments of our first annual Islamic Finance Conference Forum on Sukuk for Infrastructure Development. Today, we have learned about the overview of the use of sovereign sukuk for financing infrastructure projects, in which Indonesia has a first-hand experience. On the other hand, the development of its private counterparts or corporate sukuk is still left behind. Financial Authority Services data shows that market share for corporate sukuk issuance only accounts for less than 5% of total sukuk market share in Indonesia. Therefore, rooms for improvements still exist for both sukuk development, especially corporate sukuk as well as government sukuk. Despite being an alternative sources of financing, sukuk can also be utilized as policy instrument for government to deepen Islamic finance market through the issuance of additional varieties of sukuk for both sovereign and corporate types. Having diverged sukuk will broaden the selections of financial instruments as well as the investors being targeted. In terms of developing corporate sukuks, the government could encourage potential corporate issuers which engage in infrastructures to promote the development of corporate sukuk market that are still underdeveloped in these countries. These issuers include corporations that are engaged in infrastructure developments such as constructions, power plant, telecommunication, toll road, sanitary and water treatments, public transportation, and others. Those issuers could raise capital through the issuance of various akad and purpose while stimulating the economy as well as deepening Islamic financial market in Indonesia. Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, finally, as we already come to the end of the first annual Islamic Finance Conference in Indonesia, I, on behalf of Minister of Finance, would like to sincerely appreciate and extend my gratitude to Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, and the Association of Islamic Economists of Indonesia, as well as sponsors that have organized and support this event very well. I also would like to sincerely appreciate the participants in participating in this conference, and of course, we look forward to seeing you again next year. We hope that this event will not be the last that we would like to have. We plan to organize this event annually to support the development of Islamic finance in Indonesia, as well as our contribution to Islamic finance development worldwide. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Halim Alamsyah, for the closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the program. We would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished presenters, panelists, and to all of you participants of the first annual Islamic Finance Conference 2016. Finally, the organizing committee of this conference deliver apology for any inconvenience, and we hope to meet you again in the next agenda. Have a great day and good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly request to all of you, the participants of this conference, to fill the questionnaire and submit it to our staff at the registration desk. And to be informed that the certificates have been provided at the registration desk, and for the participants who have not received the certificates, please contact our staff to register your name.
Indonesia adalah salah satu founding member atau pendiri dari Islamic Development Bank tahun 1975. Dan sampai saat ini Indonesia tetap menjadi anggota aktif dan selalu berperan dalam pengembangan IDB itu sendiri. Tahun 1995, Indonesia di Jakarta pernah ditunjuk sebagai tuan rumah IDB Annual Meeting. Dan pada tahun 2016 ini, kebetulan Indonesia dipilih lagi menjadi tuan rumah IDB Annual Meeting. Dan kebetulan pada sidang tahunan kali ini, Indonesia sedang dalam fokus untuk membangun infrastruktur, sehingga tema dari sidang tahunan IDB kali ini adalah bagaimana mengembangkan infrastruktur dengan instrumen keuangan atau pembiayaan berbasis syariah atau Islamic Finance, dan juga bagaimana peran dari instrumen syariah tersebut di dalam mengurangi kemiskinan sekaligus mendorong pertumbuhan ekonomi Indonesia. Tentunya Indonesia adalah tidak hanya negara berpenduduk muslim terbesar, tapi juga bisa menjadi contoh yang baik karena Indonesia adalah juga salah satu negara demokrasi terbesar di dunia. Dengan bergabungnya nilai-nilai demokrasi dan nilai-nilai Islam di Indonesia, maka kita berharap Indonesia menjadi salah satu contoh bagi negara-negara berpenduduk Islam lainnya, terutama di dalam mengembangkan ekonomi dan pembangunannya. Dan jangan lupa bahwa Indonesia adalah salah satu dari anggota G20 beserta hanya 2 negara yang berbasis Muslim, yaitu Turki dan Saudi Arabia. Kita berharap peran kita aktif.
Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Part of a IDB knowledge sharing at the high level. I will go through the program in a minute, but let us start with the best thing in our life, a recitation of the Holy Quran by Brother Muhammad Mustaqim. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wallahu أرسل الرياح فتثير سحابا فسقناه إلى بلد ميت فأحيينا به الأرض بعد كذلك النشور كذلك النشور من كان يريد العزة فلله العزة جميعا إليه يصعد الكلم الطيب والعمل الصالح يرفعه والذين يمكرون السيئات لهم عذاب شديد ومكر أولئك هو يبور صدق الله العظيم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
صدق الله العظيم. جزاك الله خير وأحسنت أخي الكريم. The program for today, I will be handing over to my brother, the moderator, Dr. Ilyas Bukrami, the program director of MSc Oil and Gas Trade Management, Regent University in London. We will have two parts. Session 1 will be technical presentations, and the second session will be a high-level panel discussion, and then there will be, at the end, some closing remark by the IDB management. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Dr. Ilyas Bukrami, who will take you over the rest of the program. And by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Al-Saati. I'm the Director of the Country Programs Department at the IDB. Thank you very much. Dr. Ilyas, please.
بسم الله. أمة الإسلام، بتحية الإسلام ومدخل الريان أحييكم وأقول لكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. ولو آمن أهل الكتاب لكان خير لهم منهم المؤمنون وأكثرهم الفاسقون. صدق الله عليه وسلم. الله العظيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين قائد الغر المحجلين محمد المصطفى النبي الأمي الأمين. أما بعد. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow colleagues, member of the Islamic Development Bank, this blessed institution. I would like to welcome you to this side event to debate an important question at the center of global problems and global solutions, is the question of energy supply. I'd like to thank every and each and single person of you for making your way to attend this event. We are extremely honored and feel extremely privileged for the matter. Without further delay, let me introduce the topic, the energy supply, the changing dynamics of energy supply security, resources diversification, regional integration and connectivity. It's a certainly very broad topic, and we can in no way cover all of it. However, we would like to hear and listen to each member of this panel for their vision, for their achievement, for their problems, for the challenges, and what kind of recommendations we can aim at the end of this gathering. Energy, it's important. Why? Defending a human right cause is a certainly noble cause that everybody should aim to do so. But human rights are not only a right to education, a right to food, a right to security, a right to freedom of speech and expression is not only also a right to sustainable development. All these rights are subject to have a sustainable and secure access to energy. Could we talk about economic growth? We do have many finance ministers today among us, and the objective of the economic science is to generate growth. Can we talk about growth without energy? Can we talk about existence without energy? The dilemma is we have less energy for greater demand. We live in a digital world where our children are connected to the cloud via a specific device called a tablet or a computer or a smartphone. If we live so, certainly we need more energy. In the last 2 years, the energy market have been special for a new mutation into the sector. We have witnessed a severe decline in investments and capital expenditures into the energy sectors. Can you imagine that no less than $500 billion have been removed from the investments in the oil and gas sector? We should know that every dollar that is not invested today is probably and maybe a barrel of oil or cubic meter of gas that will not be produced in the coming years. Listening to net importer countries, they claim that exporting countries are using more and more energy for their own use at a very subsidized prices and will not be able to supply in the very far future. Exporting countries, they claim that when market is down, they are left on their own to finance the infrastructure for a global market. Probably both sides are right, and none of them is wrong. So the question today, should we increase the energy mix at the price of the price? Should we depend on the markets and make our strategy down to the spot volatile prices of the market? The question of energy is certainly important. We are in the largest Muslim country, Indonesia, a very interesting case study for the energy sector. I would like to, with no delay, to start with the first presentation, which is part of the technical analysis or a technical debate, by inviting Dr. Fatih Birol, the Chief Executive of the International Energy Agency, who couldn't make it today, but he was kind enough to send us his presentation via a teleconference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you from Paris, from the IEA headquarters. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you today, but I hope discuss with you key energy issues through this link. I would like to brief you about the global energy markets. When we look at the global energy markets today, there are two major preoccupations of almost all stakeholders. One, the low energy prices and their impact on the economies, as well as whether or not they will be with us very long time. And the second preoccupation of the people are impact of environmental issues on the energy system. Let me address these two issues in the next few days. When you look at the energy demand, where does the demand come from? We see that the advanced economies, Europe, US and Japan, their energy demand will decline because they will use energy much more efficiently. And their economy is not growing strongly, and their population growth came to a halt in many cases. Emerging countries in Middle East, Southeast Asia, Africa, as well as China and India will be the drivers of the global energy demand. The reason is that economies are growing, populations are growing, therefore the energy demand growth comes from them. And this growth needs to be supported by new energy facilities, power plants, refineries, transmission lines, oil fields, gas fields, and we expect that the world needs each year 2.7 trillion US dollar in order to make these investments. And we expect these investments will come from the public funds, but growingly from the private funds. In many countries, mobilizing investment can well be a major challenge. Now, a big question mark about the energy markets is, what is the oil price outlook? Before telling you what is our price expectation, I wanted to tell you why we think we had such low oil prices in the last few months or 2 years. We had a demand growth in the last years, 2014 and 15, but the growth in the production was much higher than the demand, mainly driven by US shale oil production, but also a strong growth coming from Iraq. As a result of that, more oil was in the market, stocks were getting bigger and bigger, and this put a pressure, downward pressure on the prices. But now, as a result of the lower prices, we see a decline in the non-OPEC regions, especially in the United States and Canada. Their production is declining, and therefore we expect that the stocks, which have grown strongly in the last 2 years, are going to go down, and we expect towards the end of this year, or latest by 2017, the markets will be rebalanced, and we may see an upward pressure to the oil prices. Now, looking at the gas markets, a major change is happening in the gas markets. We have already some major LNG, liquefied natural gas exporters, such as Qatar, the champion, like Indonesia and other countries. But in the next 5 years, we expect a huge wave of LNG coming from US and from Australia. More than 90% of the new capacity for LNG will come from US, mainly shale gas, and Australia, which will put a downward pressure on the LNG prices. Renewable energies growing very strongly across the world, in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America and elsewhere. This is for two reasons renewables are growing: solar, wind and others. One reason is governments are providing support, subsidies, and the second reason is the cost of renewables are declining. They are becoming cheaper. Onshore wind, for example, in the last 7 years, their cost declined about 1/3. The solar PV cost declined by 80%, and on the efficiency side, the LEDs declined substantially, which means that we will see more and more renewables, especially wind, solar and hydropower, in the electricity mix, and renewables will move from being a niche market to a mainstream fuel.
Thank you very much.
These are some thoughts that we wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much. Without further delay, I call the representative of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for Indonesia to give his presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry I deliver in my speech in Indonesian language, I think. Saya kira paparan ini saya paparkan dalam bahasa Indonesia karena nanti beda bahasa Inggris saya dengan bahasa Inggrisnya berbeda-beda, sehingga lebih yakin dengan bahasa Indonesia saya kira. Ini adalah bagaimana tantangan Indonesia di sektor ketenaga listrikan. Sorry, how many minutes? 15? Dan bagaimana upaya-upaya yang dilakukan di Indonesia di dalam mencapai atau mengatasi tantangan yang ada. Paparan ini kami bagi di dalam 5, jadi satu adalah government regulasi pemerintah, yang kedua kondisi ketenaga listrikan di Indonesia saat ini, yang ketiga tantangan di sektor ketenaga listrikan, yang keempat upaya-upaya yang dilakukan untuk mengatasi tantangan, dan yang terakhir penutup. Jadi kalau kami ingin menggambarkan bagaimana seluruh kebijakan itu diatur sedemikian sehingga terjadi sinkronisasi di berbagai aturan. Kalau kita lihat di sini, kalau kita lihat paling bawah di sana ada Undang-Undang Dasar Republik Indonesia tahun 45. Semua regulasi harus berasal dari situ. Semua regulasi harus menegakkan apa yang dicita-citakan dalam Undang-Undang 1945. Nah, sekarang kita menukik ke masalah energi, maka Undang-Undang Energi harus tunduk kepada apa yang diatur dalam Undang-Undang 45. Demikian juga masalah ketenagalistrikan, Undang-Undang Ketenagalistrikan nomor 30 tahun 2009 itu juga harus tunduk kepada Undang-Undang Dasar. Seperti yang tadi disampaikan oleh moderator bahwa semua negara harus mempertahankan atau mewujudkan hak-hak dasar masyarakatnya. Maka Indonesia pun dalam rangka mewujudkan hak-hak dasar, maka pemerintah mengatur sedemikian, termasuk bagaimana Indonesia mengelola sumber energinya. Nah, semua kebijakan baik di bidang energi dan ketenagalistrikan itu dituangkan dalam Rencana Umum Energi Nasional, Rencana Umum Ketenagalistrikan Nasional, Rencana Umum Ketenagalistrikan Daerah, dan Rencana Umum Penyediaan Tenaga Listrik yang dikelola oleh Badan Usaha Pengelola Wilayah Usaha. Jadi di dalam hal ini kami mengemukakan RUPTL karena RUPTL ini adalah salah satu tools atau alat yang disiapkan oleh perusahaan listrik negara di dalam mengembangkan ketenagalistrikan di Indonesia yang di-endorse oleh pemerintah. Nah, sekarang kita sedang menunggu usulan final dari PT PLN tentang rencana usaha penyediaan tenaga listrik mereka. Karena rencana umum penyediaan tenaga listrik ini menjadi penting karena di dalam rencana umum penyediaan listrik ini terintegrasi seluruh program pemerintah yang kita kenal dengan program 35.000 megawatt. Ini yang sedang dikejar oleh Indonesia saat ini. Kalau kita lihat lagi bahwa program bagaimana pemanfaatan fosil, energi fosil seperti minyak, batu bara dan lain, dan bagaimana mengelola energi baru dan energi baru terbarukan. Kalau energi baru seperti nuklir, Indonesia belum berpikir ke arah itu. Tetapi di dalam terkait dengan renewable energy seperti energi baru terbarukan, energi terbarukan seperti air, wind, solar PV itu sudah dikembangkan mulai sekarang dan itu menjadi andalan Indonesia di dalam mengendalikan penggunaan energi fosil. Ini bukan masalah harga tetapi sudah kebijakan nasional bahwa energi fosil harus dikendalikan dengan memanfaatkan energi terbarukan. Karena Indonesia memiliki potensi energi terbarukan yang cukup besar. Kalau seperti solar PV, solar Indonesia memiliki rata-rata 4,8 kWh per hari per meter kuadrat. Sementara kalau angin Indonesia masih memiliki, memang tidak seperti di daerah subtropis, kita memiliki paling tinggi 5,2 meter per detik. Nah, bagaimana masa pengelolaan ketenagalistrikan di Indonesia? Seperti disampaikan bahwa pengelolaan tenaga listrik itu pada dasarnya dikuasai oleh negara. Maka seluruh kebijakan-kebijakan berkaitan dengan ketenagalistrikan tidak bisa menyimpang dari kebijakan negara. Tetapi di dalam pengelolaan bisnisnya, karena di sini sudah merupakan komoditi, maka bisnisnya dikelola oleh badan usaha milik negara stand-out enterprise, badan usaha milik daerah, region-owned enterprise, private entities, corporate and self-reliant community. Jadi inilah yang agen-agen atau institusi-institusi yang mengelola penyediaan tenaga listrik di Indonesia. Dulu kita memiliki koperasi, kalau bapak-bapak pernah mendengar sejarah di Indonesia, dulu kita pernah memiliki koperasi listrik Sinar Siung Mego. Itu perusahaan itu sudah bangkrut karena pengelolanya tidak profesional. Maka sekarang itu sudah di wilayah usahanya sudah diambil alih oleh PT PLN Persero. Private entities seperti kalau kita lihat sekarang itu di Tarakan, kalau Bapak ada kesempatan pergi ke Tarakan, atau juga mungkin ke PLN ke Batam, Pulau Batam dekat dengan Singapura, itu salah satu wilayah yang dikelola oleh usaha swasta, walaupun sahamnya seluruhnya dimiliki oleh PLN, tetapi kita anggap itu sebagai IPP. Ada juga seperti kalau Bapak punya waktu bisa juga ke Cikarang, di sana ada Cikarang Listrindo yang mengelola usaha penyediaan tenaga listrik untuk kawasan industri. Nah, jadi di Indonesia ini sudah ada yang dikelola koperasi itu tadi yang saya sebutkan bahwa sudah bangkrut. Kita ada dulu koperasi Sinar Siung Mego itu di Sumatera, di Lampung. Ada juga kita kenal koperasi Sinar Rinjani, dulu ini di NTB, udah tutup juga. Ada juga koperasi salah satu di Sulawesi Utara, itu pun sudah bangkrut juga. Nah, inilah kondisi bagaimana bauran energi Indonesia saat ini. Kalau direalisasi tahun 2013 dan target kita, jadi target Indonesia kita berharap batu bara di tahun 2025 30%, minyak 25%, gas 22%, dan renewable energy 23%. Ini harapan kita, ini secara nasional. Tapi kalau di tenaga listrikan untuk listrik ini secara nasional, yang di atas adalah nasional, yang di bawah energy mix untuk power generation itu kita harapkan bahwa di tahun 2025 kita hanya menggunakan minyak sebesar 1%, gas 24%, renewable energy 25%, dan batubara 50%. Inilah kondisi yang akan dicapai Indonesia. Inilah tantangan yang harus diupayakan Indonesia. Tentu ini tidak bisa dikelola sendiri atau diusahakan sendiri oleh Indonesia. Tentu membutuhkan partner atau mitra-mitra di dalam pengembangan usaha ini. Nah, Indonesia besar, Indonesia memiliki sumber energi yang cukup, tetapi di dalam pemanfaatannya seperti disampaikan tadi, biaya ini cukup mahal dan luasan Indonesia sangat luas, sehingga membutuhkan daya terpasang dan membutuhkan mobilisasi sumber-sumber energi yang ada, sehingga sampai sekarang total terpasang seluruh Indonesia itu termasuk yang dikelola swasta itu adalah 55.528 megawatt atau 55 gigawatt. Nah, sementara produksi energi sekarang itu adalah 283 terawatt hour. Sementara yang digunakan adalah 228 terawatt hour. Rasio elektrifikasi Indonesia saat ini, rasio electrification ratio 88,3%, dan penggunaan listrik KWH per kapita adalah 910 kWh. Jadi kalau kita bandingkan dengan negara-negara di sekitar region ASEAN, ya termasuk terendah kalau jangan dibandingkan dengan Malaysia dan Singapura. Panjang transmisi yang ada di Indonesia, length of transmission line itu berkisar 49.325 km sirkuit, dan panjang jaringan distribusi, length of distribution line itu 925.312 km, hampir sejuta. Jadi kalau dibandingkan dengan wilayah Indonesia ini masih jauh kurang. Inilah tantangan yang kita hadapi sekarang. Electricity consumption ini tadi kita 910, ini sudah naik. Yang 788, 788 itu sudah berubah. Nah inilah kondisi bagaimana konsumsi per kapita di ASEAN. Indonesia masih termasuk terendah. Jadi kebetulan Indonesia di dunia termasuk negara Muslim terbesar. 1 minute, oh, oke. Inilah kondisinya dan harus kita atasi. Kalau kita lihat tantangan lagi, ini tantangan lagi. Bagaimana Indonesia besarnya, kita harus mencapai rasio elektrifikasi 97,35% di tahun 2019. Ini tantangan berikutnya yang harus kita selesaikan. Tentu ini tidak bisa dikerjakan sendiri oleh Indonesia. Pasti butuh mitra, butuh investor. Ini program-program yang sudah dilaksanakan. Ini apa yang sudah dicapai, progresnya. Ini bisa dilihat, terlalu panjang kalau harus diceritakan di sini. Ini bagaimana progresnya. Jadi yang pra-construction yang berada di dalam posisi PLN dan sudah menjadi tanggung jawab IPP, dan bagaimana yang sudah konstruksi sekarang dan berapa yang sudah COD, Commercial Operation Date. Ini yang pipeline yang dulu di luar 35.000, ini ada 7,5, 7,4. Jadi semua yang program 7,4 gigawatt itu sudah di dalam konstruksi dan sebagian sudah COD. Nah, ini upaya-upaya yang regulasi yang disusun oleh pemerintah di dalam memudahkan investor untuk melakukan usahanya di Indonesia. Ini beberapa langkah-langkah yang sudah kita lakukan, ada hambatan dan solusi yang kita buat. Regulasinya kita atur sedemikian sehingga hambatan-hambatan di dalam land acquisition, price negotiation, procurement of power generation from IPP, permitting process, developer contractor performance, project management, coordination across sector, regional special planning and acceleration of development. Ini semua sudah kita selesaikan dengan regulasi-regulasi yang ada. Ini bagaimana upaya kita mengatasi connection, regional connection. Kita memiliki ASEAN Power Grid program. Ini dengan di sini ada dari Singkawang, Bengkayang, terus nanti ke daerah Sarawak, Kalimantan Barat. Kalbar, Sarawak interconnection. Kita punya program itu. Ini sektor challenge dalam meningkatkan rasio elektrifikasi nasional. Ini bagaimana program Indonesia dalam mengatasi rendahnya rasio elektrifikasi, maka Indonesia membuat Indonesia Terang. Ini program yang baru-baru ini diluncurkan dan bagaimana kita menerangi seluruh Indonesia. Harapan kita Indonesia itu berubah dari sebelah kiri, from the left side, and we change to become in the right side. So we make Indonesian light like a daylight in the noon, I think. Jadi saya kira in the night. Saya kira ini solusi-solusi yang kita lakukan di dalam menerangi perusahaan daerah-daerah terpencil kita sudah menerapkan photovoltaic komunal power plant seperti ini. Kita juga sudah menggunakan solar home system, kita sudah menerapkan itu. Kan kita juga sudah menggunakan untuk daerah-daerah terpencil menggunakan mini hidro. Ini energy resilience, ini kebutuhan, jadi butuh, ini bukan mainan, sorry. Nah, inilah yang kita upayakan sekarang, adanya bagaimana fossil depletion, fund from business entities, state budget, grant including climate change fund. Jadi ini kita kelola dengan baik sehingga digunakan untuk Indonesia terang. Ini dana ketahanan energi. Ada fit in tariff difference, intensity of new and renewable energy development, energy conservation, enhancement, human resources, and research and development, including pilot project, energy supply diversification to maintain energy mix, oil stabilization fund, strategic petroleum reserve. So kita memiliki energy resilience fund. Kalau kita kenal di Indonesia dana ketahanan energi. Ini penutup. Jadi secara garis besar kami gariskan bahwa energy supply security is an important. As part of strengthening energy supply security and resources diversification, Indonesia has a policy not to rely on one energy source, but diverse its energy by maximizing renewable energy utilization, both in primary energy and in the power generation. As an effort to secure electricity supply meets the demand, increase kilowatt hour per capita and electrification ratio, Indonesia Terang program has been launched by the government as an effort to secure electricity supply for 12,659 villages. This is no electricity supply for them. So we have challenged to provide electricity for this. So how we try based on Indonesia Terang program. And then energy resilience funds need to be established by the government as part of effort to increase renewable energy utilization in the near future. Saya kira demikian paparan kami. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Mansour, thank you very much indeed for this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very conscious of time, and without further wait, I'll invite the representative of the General Directorate of Indonesian Electricity Company, PLN, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for us from PT PLN Persero, the state-owned electricity company, to share some information regarding the development of electricity in Indonesia, which it's still in line with the strategy of the government of Indonesia, which has been delivered by the previous speaker. This is the structure which forming the PT PLN Persero under the government of Indonesia, and we have three major stakeholders, which is Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, Ministry of Energy, Mine and Mines Resources, and Ministry of Finance. And we have 11 subsidiaries. This is our company profile. Installed capacity is 51 gigawatt. You can see that the number is different because the previous speaker was talking about the national, while I'm only talking about PLN. And we have 61 million customers with the total revenue last year. It's more than 20 billion US dollar. This is a trend of tariff and subsidy. Why this is important? Because here there is still a gap between our production costs and the selling costs. So there is an evolution from 2005 until 2015, but the trend is declining, meaning that we are trying to reach the target to reduce the subsidy that has been given by the government. This is the power development plan for the next 10 years, which comprises of coal-fired, 45%, gas turbine and combined cycle, 25%, hydro, 19%, geothermal, 8%, and others, including the renewables, is 3%. This is the fuel mix. Yeah. In 2016, batu bara means coal will account for 58%. Yeah. In 2025, it will still be 56%, more than 50%. But we can see that the geothermal and hydro and renewables will increase. For those of you who may already be aware that we have what we call 35,000 megawatt, or we call it 35 gigawatt program, which is a part of our long-term electricity development plan, which was set up last year. The total on the next 10 years, we will build more than 70 gigawatt of power generations and transmissions, more than 60,000 kilometer circuit, and substations, more than 145 gigavolt ampere, and the capex is 1,586 trillion rupiah. Here are the spreading out of the 35,000 megawatt program across Indonesia. You can see that it is still concentrated on the main island, which is Java Island, followed by Sumatra and other islands. This graph shows the compositions of the IPP and PLN. For example, the generation portions will be covered 33% by PLN, and the rest is from the IPP. Transmission, IPP only account for 7%, the rest by PLN, as well as the IPP for the substations only accounts for 5%. This is the economic activities that we hope will be geared up by the 35,000 megawatt. There will be 402 new power plants, and there will be 35,000 sets of transmission tower. It will use aluminum conductor, transformers, and we hope that it will involve more than 650,000 workforce. So we do hope that it will support the economic development. TKDN means the local content. We hope that minimum we will reach more than 40% of local content. This is our strategy for financing. We can utilize internal funding, other funding resources, government budget, as well as two-step loan. For other funding resources, we can issue the obligations. We also utilize the export credit agencies, direct lending without and with government guarantees, which is related to what we have with the IDB, and also we can use the National Bank syndication. Here are our new and renewable energy potentials. For hydro, we have 35 gigawatt, and solar, geothermal, and so on, wind turbine, bioenergy, and also the tidal, which the total will be 866 gigawatt, but only around 1% in place. So it's very, very minimum. We have set up also what we call 1,000 islands for photovoltaic development programs, which is 620 megawatt peak across Indonesia. This is PLT Bayu means wind turbine. And this is for the smart grid. We have also developed the smart grid with 10 pilot projects. And this is, as explained by previous speaker, that we have also interconnection with the West Kalimantan to Sarawak, Malaysia, and also we have in the pipeline from Sumatra Island to Peninsular Malaysia. Let me brief you some information on our latest IDB financing to PLN. This is according to the latest presidential decree. This is the executive summary. So we will, I think it's just a matter of time. So hopefully that by the 19th of May, we will have a loan signing for 330 million US dollar with the Islamic Development Bank. So thanks to IDB for making this realize. This is the objective, goal, and output of the outcome. So it will be covering the total 206 high voltage power transformer, with location in Sumatra, in Java, as well as Kalimantan and Sulawesi Island. And that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for these two technical presentations. We now move forward for the high-level panel discussion, and it's my pleasure and privilege to welcome His Excellency Mehmet Simsek, the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic and Financial Affairs and IDB Governor from Turkey. An extended pleasure is to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Boussaid, the Minister of Economy and Finance and IDB Governor from the Kingdom of Morocco. I also feel privileged to welcome Her Excellency, Madame Hadizatou Rosin Sori Kolibali, Minister of Economy, Finance and Development, and IDB Governor from Burkina Faso. I also give my warm welcome to His Excellency Mr. Idrissa Thiam, former Minister of Energy, and Minister Advisor to the President of the Republic of Guinea. Least but not last, I welcome His Excellency Mr. Al-Hajj Mahmoud Issa Dutse, Permanent Secretary of Finance and IDB Alternate Governor on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Going forward, I welcome all the panelists for taking the time and finding the time to be here among us to share their views. I will, if for your convenience, I will give you 5 minutes probably each to share the vision of respective countries in terms of energy and what has been achieved. And then we can take further questions. If with your attention and authorization, I call Mr. Mehmet Simsek, the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Turkey.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers, sisters, I'm delighted to be here in Jakarta, and I'd like to thank Indonesian government for their warm hospitality. Subject is energy supply security. Of course, energy is critical to any economy in terms of economic competitiveness, in terms of investments, development in general. And the long-term supply is largely a function of timely investments as well as supply chains. That's why I think creating a market for energy that is investor-friendly, that is predictable, competitive, fair, is absolutely critical. Because I think, at least in our part of the world, we no longer rely on government resources to ensure supply security. We rely more on private sector dynamism. And that's why I think developing a strong private, competitive internal market is absolutely critical. In the case of Turkey, we have privatized entire distribution networks. So distribution is 100% private. Generation is now 83% private, with only government accounting for about 17%, mostly composed of some hydropower plants that have dual uses, both for irrigation as well as power generation. Diversification is one key challenge. Of course, Turkey is a major consumer, but also much of energy is in east and north and south of Turkey. In a way, if you look at big sort of energy producers, they largely lie in east of Turkey. So Turkey is a major consumer as well as a key energy corridor. And that's why Turkey is usually seen as also critical to energy supply security for European Union, which is again a major consumer globally. So we are currently, of course, we currently have oil pipelines from Iraq, from Iran, from Russia, from Baku, from Azerbaijan, but also we now building, well, we have a natural gas pipeline again from Iran, from Russia, but also we're now building a Trans-Caspian natural gas pipeline that would ultimately bring Turkmeni and Azeri gas to Turkey as well as to the rest of Europe. And of course, there's also fair bit of focus on Iraqi natural gas as well as Eastern Mediterranean natural gas. So as you can see, Turkey sits right in the middle of all this. As I said, our focus is, to develop a fairly competitive, transparent, private sector energy. So government role is more of one of, a fair broker. We have an energy exchange where prices are set. We have, in the stock exchange, we have an energy derivatives market. So we've actually put together almost all components of a fairly deregulated, fairly competitive energy market. For the sake of time, I'm going to stop here, and of course, later on, I'll answer our moderator's question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will call Mr. Mohammed Boussaid, His Excellency, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for Morocco.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على خير المرسلين وآله وصحبه أجمعين. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I am really very pleased and honored to be with you today to talk briefly about the Moroccan strategy in energy. As you may know, Morocco is a net importer of oil and gas. We don't have oil or gas. And Morocco is on the way for big development, and of course, this development, as the former speaker said, need energy. But Morocco started also in the mid of 90s a big program of electrification of rural area. Now 99% of houses of Moroccan get electricity. All the development, economic development, and the demand increase by the householders made the increase of the demand in Morocco of electricity between 6 and 8% each year. Morocco get the importation of energy have a very big impact on our currency account, of course, but also have had a very big impact on our budget, because until 1 year and a half, the energy have been subsidized, and we start a very big reform to remove the subsidy on oil completely from 1 year and a half. Now the only subsidy is on cooking gas. And for the electricity, we announced a very ambitious program for energetic transition of Morocco. And this program, the ambition is to use 42% of our electricity will be from renewable energy. Probably have been following last February, His Majesty the King have launched the biggest solar plant in the world, in Ouarzazate. The first step was 160 megawatts, and we are on the way for the second phase and third phase. It will be for just this plant 1,000 megawatts, which will be the biggest solar plant in the world, using, of course, the technology of concentrated solar, and now this technology is permitting to reduce the cost, but also giving some flexibility for storage of electricity, so we announced 42% in 2020 from renewable energy, and in the last COP21 in Paris, Morocco announced that in 2030, 52% of our energy will be from the renewable energy. When we say the renewable energy, of course, it means solar, wind, and also hydroelectricity. So we are on the way to make this happening. At the 2030 will reduce by 32% of our CO2 emissions. This program will involve more than $40 billion of investment, of course, and it generates more than 10,000 megawatts, 4.5 megawatts will be from solar and 4 from wind and 1.4 from electricity. So Morocco, in this transition, want to show and want to participate as to this global effort to reduce and to preserve the climate and to reduce the climate change, which is one of the biggest issues of the humanity in this era. I will be pleased to probably answer to some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Thank you very much. I will call Her Excellency Hadizatu Sori Koulibaly, Minister of Economy and Finance and Development, IDB Governor, on behalf of Burkina Faso.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je me réjouis d'être ici cet après-midi et je voudrais remercier très sincèrement la BID pour l'invitation qui nous a été faite. Parce que pour le Burkina Faso, plus que pour tout autre pays, parce que j'ai entendu les autres qui m'ont dévancé, la question de l'énergie est une question très importante. Figurez-vous que 2 personnes sur 3 dans mon pays n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. Figurez-vous que dans mon pays, à près de 1000 km de la mer, le premier port d'accès. Donc c'est un pays très enclavé. Lorsqu'on parle, justement, le premier présentateur a parlé de droits humains. Je crois que le droit à l'électricité est un droit important dans un pays où 40% de la population vit en dessous du seuil de la pauvreté. Donc je voudrais dire que ce thème était très très important pour mon gouvernement et je voudrais vraiment vous remercier encore. Au niveau du Burkina Faso, nous avons élaboré une politique sectorielle de l'énergie. Et la politique sectorielle qui va à l'horizon 2025 se base sur un certain nombre de choix conditionnés par 3 critères importants. Et la question de l'efficience, et quel est le meilleur coût au niveau de la production de l'énergie, la question de la sécurité, est-ce que c'est disponible, ça sera accessible, et la question aussi de la fiabilité, est-ce que le réseau est stable, parce que malheureusement, nous avons beaucoup de pertes d'énergie au niveau du réseau qui ne fonctionne pas bien actuellement. Dans mon pays, au niveau de la politique sectorielle, nous visons comme objectif de privilégier les interconnexions. Comme je vous ai dit que notre pays est un pays très enclavé, afin de bénéficier des avantages comparatifs des pays de la sous-région. Je salue le fait que le Nigeria et la Guinée, d'ailleurs, sont ici. De développer un mix de sécurité nationale. Actuellement, nous avons peu de production d'énergie renouvelable et le gouvernement, pour l'horizon 2020, parce que nous avons un plan national de développement économique et social qui couvre la période 2016 à 2020. Dans ce plan, l'objectif, c'est d'avoir 30% d'énergie renouvelable au niveau du pays. Et nous voudrons aussi développer tous les sites hydroélectriques présentant un potentiel exploitable intéressant pour le pays. Au niveau des interconnexions, nous appartenons à un ensemble régional, la CEDEAO, et les chefs d'État avaient décidé lors du 22e sommet de leur conférence de créer des échanges d'énergie électrique au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous sommes donc dans cette dynamique et nous avons un certain nombre de projets structurants que nous voulons mettre en place en utilisant effectivement l'interconnexion avec les pays voisins, que ce soit avec le Ghana, que ce soit avec la Côte d'Ivoire, que ce soit avec le Nigeria. À l'heure actuelle, par exemple, les projets prioritaires qui ont été élaborés au niveau de la région permettront de développer une puissance de 9 997 MW, dont 68% d'électricité. Et à terme, le kilowattheure échangé va coûter environ 0,10 $, ce qui représente en fait la moitié du coût actuel que le Burkina Faso paye pour pouvoir accéder à l'énergie. Donc vous voyez donc que c'est très intéressant pour mon pays. Et actuellement, pour le seul pays qu'est la Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, 50% de l'énergie de la Côte d'Ivoire au niveau de l'interconnexion est vendue au Burkina Faso. C'était encore pour vous dire un peu comment le pays est très dépendant des pays de la sous-région. Et de notre côté, nous pensons que l'interconnexion nous permettra effectivement d'avoir de l'énergie plus accessible aux populations. Et au niveau du pays, pour ce qui concerne l'énergie renouvelable, nous pensons qu'elle devrait servir les communautés les plus pauvres parce qu'on a parlé effectivement de droits humains et le secteur privé. Je vais terminer en disant que autant nous voulons accroître la capacité de production énergétique, autant le gouvernement du Burkina Faso a décidé aussi dorénavant, dans tous les bâtiments administratifs qui seront construits, d'utiliser le système de lampe LED. J'ai vu dans une des présentations, on a parlé effectivement de LED. Le système LED nous permet effectivement d'économiser en matière de consommation d'électricité. Donc nous sommes dans cette dynamique. Et je voudrais vraiment dire ici notre souhait de pouvoir développer un échange très fructueux avec non seulement les pays de la sous-région, mais les pays qui ont de très bonnes expériences en matière d'accès à l'énergie et à l'électricité aux populations. Je vais m'en arrêter là et pour donner du temps aux échanges ultérieurement. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. I would like to call His Excellency Mr. Idrissa Thiam, former Minister of Energy and Minister Advisor to the President of the Republic of Guinea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like to present Guinea, as we say in our books of geography, the water tower of Africa. It's true, if we can try to find a natural definition for the region of West Africa, we can just say it's the basin region of the many rivers that took their roots from Guinea. The Niger River takes its sources from Guinea, the Senegal River from Guinea, the Casamance River, the Gambia River. You name any of the large rivers, they are coming from Guinea. Why? Because in the whole of West Africa, this is the only region towering with the mountains of the Fouta Djallon and the mountains of the Nimba. Because of that, we have a natural comparative advantage of producing hydroelectricity. Yet, in spite, if we look at the situation at the end of 2014, we were managing penury because total electricity production in Guinea was insufficient for even the capital city of Conakry. It was a ridiculously low number. The effective total capacity installed was, of course, around 300 megawatt, but effectively we were able to exploit only less than 100 megawatts. Why this situation? Because of many governance issues in the energy sector, and which has led finally to lack of maintenance of capacity installed and insufficient production. On that basis, in 2012, the government decided to put a recovery program for the electricity sector, which included producing more, included having more transmission lines, and also managing better the utility company. And we added an additional line because we are the water tower of Africa. Guinea energy sector should develop along the lines of the needs of the whole of West Africa. And you will know that we have the West Africa Power Pool, which is an exchange program, and the Minister of Burkina Faso was indicating that Burkina is buying electricity from Cote d'Ivoire. I do hope that it will start buying electricity also from Guinea. And let me just lay down why. Because the West Africa Power Pool will be around a network of distribution line for the region, for which we have secured full funding already. The Islamic Development Bank is funding part of that network, and a large chunk of the network for Guinea is funded by the European Investment Bank also. But for the whole West Africa Power Pool network, the funding is available, and I believe today it has been approved by all the donors, and it's just a matter of maybe 2 years time to launch all the bidding process and build the network. We believe that by 2012, the network will be built, and it will be possible for Guinea and for Burkina Faso to sell its electricity if there is excess anywhere almost in West Africa. And on that basis, our production objective is really to achieve by 2020 self-sufficiency and reach the ODD relating to electricity for Guinea by the end of our next 5-year plan, which is 2020. And also to start exporting electricity. To do so, we have started doing already 2 things. First, we built a hydroelectrical dam of 240 megawatts, which was put online in May of 2015. When it was put online in May of 2015, we were able to move from complete penury of electricity to access to electricity 24 hours a day for every day during the rainy season on the national grid. But of course, the grid covers only half of the country. The other half of the country, we still need to build the grid. So to sum up, what we will be really aiming in the energy sector for the next 5 years is to, first of all, build this regional network. And second, to start producing more of hydroelectricity and change the mix of production of electricity in Guinea. In addition to this Kaleta Dam, which has been built, we will be starting to build one of the largest hydro dam in our country, the Swapiti Dam, for 550 megawatt. When Swapiti is built, the plan is calling for delivery of the dam by 2020. At that time, we will not have the demand in Guinea to consume it. We will have to put it on the regional network and start selling it to Burkina Faso, also to Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and even, we hope, to Morocco. That's what we have. So the story for Guinea is a sad one, but we believe with a bright prospect. How can the IDB and other donors help? I think I will say in 3 ways. The first one will be to continue build the integrated network for West Africa. for which the funding is secure. But for Guinea, we would like to have our own national transmission lines for the other half of the country, so we can reach universal access to electricity by 2020. The second way of helping us will be to help us invest in distribution network. What is the problem today with Caleta Online? We move from a distribution of about 80 megawatt in the city of Conakry and the integrated network to a distribution of actually more than close to 400 megawatts. On that basis, every other time, the distribution network is not sustaining the massive power which is arriving. Of course, our donors, including IDB, are helping us rebuild the network, but I believe the needs there is very important, and the investment will have to cover Conakry and all the regional capital. So the investment is massive. The third way the donors community, including the IDB, can help will be to sustain the PPP arrangement for production. Because when I was Minister of Energy, I promised to myself that I will not endebt the country to build a power plant. Why? Because a power plant, a thermal power plant that can live normally for 50 years, in Guinea for many years they used to live only 7 years. And I said, I don't want to continue on that basis. I do prefer to give a private contractor to produce electricity and buy the electricity from him, and then he will maintain his investment, and it can live then the 50 years which is needed. And we have signed some of those for thermal production, which take the Caleta plus the thermal production, which makes for my 400 megawatts that are normally available during the rainy season. But to secure that the private sector will get paid, we need some type of guarantee, and we would like ADB and other donors to help us in the PPP arrangement to produce not only thermal power plants, but the many hydroelectricity production capacity that we have in Guinea. And to mount those PPP arrangements, we will need to give guarantee to the private sector, and I believe ISEC should be able to help us in doing so. I should certainly stop here because I have consumed my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. With no further wait, let me call His Excellency Mr. Al-Haj Mahmoud Issa Dutse, Permanent Secretary and IDB Alternative Governor on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Bukrami. Your Excellencies, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to share with you in the next few minutes what has been Nigeria's experience in the development of the energy sector infrastructure. We've heard from Mr. Thiam what he described as a rather sad story. I'm afraid you will have to contend with another sad story. Nigeria, as many of you would know, is Africa's oil giant. We've been the largest oil producer in the continent, and together with Libya,
we account for 2/3 of the continent's crude oil resources. So we have large oil reserves, and a lot of money has flown to Nigeria on account of this over the years. But as many of you may also be aware, Nigeria has been often cited as a classic case of what has been described as the resource curse. That is the paradox of plenty, wherein there's an abundance of natural resources, but then you have low economic development and misuse of natural resources. Despite the abundant financial resources over the last 40 to 50 years, the energy sector, in particular the electricity sector, has been underdeveloped to the extent that we have a massive demand-supply gap, large electricity shortages, which have seriously constrained economic growth. Our generating capacity at the moment is just about 5,000 megawatts, which made me envious when I heard about the 35,000 megawatt project being developed here in Indonesia. Because of this massive shortfall in electricity, I mentioned 5,000 megawatt installed capacity compared to an estimated demand of more than 20,000 megawatts. Because of the shortage, many of the people, the poor people in particular, rely on fuel wood as a source of energy, with negative consequences on the environment. And those in the middle and upper classes, as well as companies, rely on self-generation, which is quite expensive, using mostly diesel and petroleum. So the focus of government has been to improve substantially the unsatisfactory power situation. 11 years ago, the government came up with a power sector reform program, which was revitalized 5 years later in 2010 through a roadmap for power sector reform. Until then, the electricity provision has been from a government-owned utility, and that was a major part of the problem. So part of the reform program is to move away from public sector provision to the private sector. The utility has been unbundled, and the generation element, generation capacity, and the distribution, retail distribution, have been privatized or concessioned to the private sector. It's just the transmission segment, which is still owned by the government, although it's being run by a private sector outfit under a management contract. And to implement the reforms, the government has also embarked on reform of institutions that will deal with that will basically implement the reform. The Ministry of Power has been subject to considerable reform, and there are a number of institutions have been created. There's an Electricity Regulation Commission. There's a bulk electricity trading company which has been set up, which essentially will engage in bulk purchase and sale of power. And then a gas aggregation company that would try and stimulate the use of the greater use of natural gas in the economy. So that has been the thrust of government, and a lot of effort is being made to substantially increase generation capacity, transmission capacity, as well as retail distribution. And now that the private sector has been made the focus of development, a lot of investment funds from the private sector are being looked upon to come into the sector to develop it, not just public sector, but as was hitherto the case, but also the private sector. And that's where we can do with investors, not just locally, but also foreign investors, including providers of finance, not just equity, but also debt, such as the Islamic Development Bank. So basically that has been the rather sorry state, as I said, but we are poised to really substantially increase capacity, and there is scope for investors. There's also considerable scope for cooperation between countries. We've heard from Mr. Thiam and the governor from Burkina Faso, what has the cooperation that has been going on in the West African sub-region. Nigeria has sold electricity over the years to some of our neighbors, particularly Niger, and also there's a gas pipeline, West African gas pipeline running through Benin, Togo, and Ghana. So there is scope for greater cooperation. We have a lot of gas, as I said earlier, and we can generate a lot more, and part of this can go to our neighboring countries. So let me stop at this point. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of time. We have no less than 10 minutes left for questions. So apologies if we will not cover all the interesting presentation so far seen. If I may start with one question to His Excellency Mr. Simsek and Turkey. Turkey is located between a major consumer of energy and the major producers of energy. And Turkey today is becoming a first hub of the distribution of energy with a very interesting role to play in reducing the risk of supply. You mentioned a couple of pipelines, Nabucco, TANAP, the new Blue Stream that is in place with supply from Iraq, Azerbaijan, Iran, Russia, Qatar. So Turkey is managing a variety of suppliers and is supplying a European Union which is suffering from elaborating a clear energy policy. We would like to hear your view on the challenges you are facing on both sides to make this dilemma or equation simpler.
Well, thank you. The challenge for Turkey is, of course, to reduce its reliance on imported hydrocarbons. So that's why there's a very strong focus on local and renewable resources. On the renewable side, of course, we've made significant headway. We have about 26,000 megawatts of hydropower plants already installed capacity. Wind energy, I think practical potential is about 20,000 megawatts. We've already done roughly about 5,000 megawatts. Solar, there is huge potential, and it's only beginning now. And in terms of geothermal, we are the world's 7th largest potential market, but we've so far only developed 600 megawatts of that. Now that's the focus in terms of electricity generation, to move away from natural gas-fired power plants to more renewables and hopefully more local coal, because there are now efficient technologies to develop coal. As far as natural gas is concerned, of course, we import 98% of our natural gas, 58% of it from Russia. The rest is mainly from Iran and in the form of LNG from other countries. Of course, such reliance on Russia is a big risk. And that's why we're building this project called TANAP. Essentially, that is aimed at bringing Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan gas to Turkey as well as to rest of Europe. Turkey consumes about 51 billion, 51 BCMs essentially. And we would like to reduce our reliance on one party or another. And so we're now also focused on getting more, possibly, a pipeline from Iraq. There's Eastern Mediterranean, newly found sort of gas fields. The most efficient way is through Turkey. But also we are focused on building storage. We have some limited storage, but we would like to build more underground storage so that we have at least 20% of our sort of consumption that could be stored at any point in time to reduce our sort of vulnerability to these movements. As far as oil is concerned, we import roughly about just over 90%, around 90% of oil. Again, it's fairly diversified mix. We have pipelines from Baku to Ceyhan. We have pipelines from Kirkuk, which is in Iraq, to Ceyhan. So there's oil, I think, is we have less of a challenge, less of a risk, is more in the natural gas side. We've also have, in terms of energy supply security, we have intergovernmental agreements with Japan and Russia to build over 9,000 megawatts of nuclear power plants. Plus, of course, our entire transmission and distribution networks are financed through feed-in tariffs. But we have regulations and we increase tariffs to finance all the investments. And for the renewables, we have feed-in tariffs. We have a fair bit of incentives for the renewables. So we are faced with significant challenges, but we do have a very good strategy to manage those challenges and hopefully avoid any hiccups along the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My next question is to His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Boussaid, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs of the Kingdom of Morocco. I think, Your Excellency, you've been so humble and modest of what Morocco has achieved in the last 2 decades. Yes, you are on 99% of coverage, but Morocco was only 18% 2 decades ago. This is a true success story that I think the world has to share, because Morocco has diversified its energy supply without a necessity of increasing the price. I think the government has much credit, or the several governments or the highest authorities in the country, in achieving this. It's certainly a success story for the rest of the world. With 2020 is a magic year, so all the strategies are for 2020. So I hope that this 2020 will change the world. In Morocco, we're going to have 2 gigawatts of wind power, 2 gigawatts of solar power, 2 gigawatts of hydropower. As you said, over 42% of the electricity will be from renewables. We would like to hear what are the real factors that made this success story, from legal, financing, operational, for Morocco to achieve this.
Thank you very much for your remarks, your congratulations. I think in energy, like other sectors, the key success is, one, to have a good vision. The second thing, as my brother said, to have good governance. And the third, have to have, the volunteer to succeed, on what you are making as a public policy. In the energy, Morocco have had, for a long time, in my opinion, a good planification, of course, good governance, but we are on the way to reform our governance, to put in place a very efficient regulation. Morocco has also tried to attract more and more foreign investors in many sectors, especially in the energy. And I want to notice, as my colleagues say, that the PPP is one of the largest and the biggest opportunity to go forward and to invest rapidly, very quickly. Of course, the maintenance is one of the aspects, but also to make the supply for the some countries who didn't get the capacity to go for more debts, for more loans, because it's one of the biggest issue. Let me just mention 2-3 things that I didn't say in my speech. The most important things in energy, electricity in particular, is these interconnections. Morocco is already interconnected with Algeria in electricity, with Europe, EU. We doubled the capacity of the cable in the last years, but we are all on the way to double again this capacity. So we are connected with Europe, all Europe, and of course it's one of the interesting points, because to develop renewable energy, we will be, of course, in the near future, exporting electricity from renewable resources to all Europe. And of course, Morocco will be pleased to buy Guinean electricity. We need now, because all this region, CDAO, is already connected, Niger, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria. We are on the way to complete this interconnection with a small section with Mauritania, and of course we will be pleased to buy all, not just Guinean electricity, but all this region, African region, and it's one of the aspects that we need to secure, because to secure the supply of energy. And for me, I know that IDB is already highly involved in this kind of project to finance the structural project, regional project. Of course, IDB had to continue to support all this regional project, for the interconnection. Now 30% of Moroccan energy is already imported, and this biggest plan for electricity, renewable energy, is on the way to give the, to satisfy our demand, but also, as I mentioned, because Africa don't have chance, of his development. Now Africa is on the way to develop by itself, and the energy is one of the biggest issue, because there is no development without energy. Is another, of course, message to IDB and to of course, African Bank of Development and all these financial institutions to put the energy in the priority, in the topic, at the top of the list of the issues that they need to involve in. But there's another chance that because Africa need also to invest more and more in renewable energy, because of course now the development countries have been, are more responsible of our, of the climate change. But the opportunity to develop Africa in according biggest importance to renewable energy is also a chance for Africa and for the world. And of course, Morocco will host in Marrakesh in next November the COP22. Many examples of experiences in renewable energy will be shown at this moment. The last things I would also to insist on is the efficiency of using the energy, but also to a quick development, especially in Africa, for this distribution network. If you see the African map, from the sky, and you see the word Africa is still in dans l'ombre, in darkness. So please, IDB and other institutional, financing need to develop this continent, this to insist on clean energy. And of course, Morocco is playing its role and taking its responsibility to cooperate in the spirit of South-South cooperation with all our brothers in this region, and especially in African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I will just ask one question for our colleagues and excellencies to hear the African side. Mr. Thiam has a very interesting idea on involving the private sector in financing the power network in West Africa on the same wave with Her Excellency Ms. Koulibaly. I would like to hear your views on what other international development agencies or foreign capital specifically can play a major role into developing those important projects in the region. Mr. Thiam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Well, for building African infrastructure, donor development aid will not be sufficient. It is important to find innovative way of funding them. In particular, in the energy sector, for producing electricity, I was amazed when I was looking at the figures that the Minister of Indonesia presented with trillions of gigawatts installed for the country, and even Turkey indicated something like also 22 trillion of gigawatts installed. We are discussing a couple of hundreds of gigawatts. No country can emerge without sufficient electricity production. And if you try to do a correlation between GDP growth and something physical, I think the strongest explanation factor will be electricity. Even in 1917, Lenin was saying that development, even socialism, was electrification. It's true today. Electrification, more than education, will contribute to growth. Because if you have electricity, you can get health, you can get education, you can get transportation. If you don't have electricity, you don't have access to the internet, you can't have access to even education. So building power plants is a commercial business. Private sector should be put in line for that. And I believe in Africa, the first option can be to build power plant, to have independent producer build them. That's the line that we would like to take in Guinea. We have started already with thermal power plants. We have some independent producer producing electricity. You know, for hydro dams, we have cyclical, seasonal capacity. Yes. We experienced it with Caleta. During the rainy season, we had 240 megawatt, we couldn't use it. But during the dry season, it comes down to very little, and we need to have thermal production to complete the capacity. And that's why we replace some of our old power plants by independent producer. They came with brand new plants. And for our hydro electricity capabilities, Swapiti will be a PPP arrangement. Not maybe a full-fledged PPP arrangement because the share of the government will be quite high, but it will be a PPP arrangement. All other dams that we will be undertaking will be through PPP arrangement, including those with on the basin the Senegal River, which we are developing with our neighbors from Senegal and Mali. But the guarantee scheme is important to ensure that, and also governance and clear institutional framework is important to secure the investors that it's good business to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Koulibaly.
Is it working? Yes. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais en fait dire que de mon point de vue, et comme vient de le dire d'ailleurs celui qui a parlé au niveau de la Guinée, au niveau des financements, il est important d'entrevoir plusieurs options. D'abord, un État à lui seul, en tout cas de la dimension des pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, ne peut pas réaliser des investissements dans le secteur de l'énergie tout seul de façon rentable. C'est pour ça que nous devons, je crois, numéro un, utiliser les ensembles d'intégration régionale pour développer le potentiel au niveau de notre région. On a parlé effectivement de la CEDEAO, vous voyez le cas de la Guinée ou du Nigeria, le Ghana, la Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a des pays effectivement qui ont des capacités qui peuvent être utilisées au niveau régional. C'est pour ça que nous pensons que la Banque islamique de développement pourrait appuyer ces institutions régionales pour pouvoir réaliser de vrais investissements structurants au niveau de la région. Deuxième élément, au niveau des pays, bon, je crois que c'est important que nous puissions aussi contribuer aux questions de changement climatique. Et c'est important pour un pays comme le Burkina Faso, qui est éclairé toute l'année par le soleil, qu'on puisse utiliser ce type d'énergie en développant des partenariats publics-privés. Mon prédécesseur l'a dit, on se rend compte effectivement que c'est un nouveau mécanisme de financement qui existe, mais qui n'est pas suffisamment exploité au niveau de nos pays. Troisième élément, je crois qu'il est important, en dehors de la Banque islamique de développement, d'utiliser aussi l'engagement au niveau de certaines structures. La Banque africaine de développement a un programme au niveau du continent dans le secteur de l'énergie. Nous avons au niveau de la Banque mondiale le SFI qui a aussi un programme là-dessus pour encourager le secteur privé dans le secteur de l'énergie. Mais aussi important, c'est l'échange d'expériences. Je suis heureuse de vous dire que mon ministre chargé de l'énergie, le ministre chargé de l'énergie du Burkina est déjà parti au Maroc. Je voudrais d'ailleurs remercier le Maroc pour la bonne relation de collaboration. Je pense qu'il ne faut pas aussi réinventer la roue. Il est important que nous puissions apprendre des expériences des pays comme le Maroc, l'Indonésie, etc., pour pouvoir servir de conseil pour les pays qui en ont besoin. Je crois que c'est ça. Et je vais terminer en disant effectivement que l'Afrique est obscure, mais l'Afrique a le potentiel pour sortir de l'obscurité et pour que la lumière puisse servir à tout le monde. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Mr. Issadou Tsei, do you have any?
Thank you. I endorse basically what has been said by my colleagues from the continent. I just want to add one or two things. The demand for electricity is enormous on the continent. And I've seen one estimate. The total generating capacity in sub-Saharan Africa is not up to what Spain, just one country in Europe, generates. So that should indicate to you the enormous need to increase generating capacity. And a lot of money obviously will be required. Governments across the continent do not have the money. So the sensible thing being done now is giving more prominence to the private sector. But for the private sector to come in, either local entrepreneurs or foreign investors, the projects have to be profitable. And that's where one constraint is important. In most countries, the prices charged for electricity are not fully cost reflective. And obviously, unless that is addressed, the private sector will be limited in coming in. And I think it was Mr. Siam who mentioned innovative ways of financing have to be utilized. And here I'll give one example. I've been involved in a project, I believe it was Uganda, where private sector entities came in to provide power, but then the prices charged could not be afforded. I mean, the price that would guarantee profitability could not be afforded by the rural communities. So a Norwegian fund came in to provide the difference between what is profitable and what the end users can accommodate or can afford. So I think that's one model that can be used in more countries. Where grants are involved, they can be used in that wise, or governments can meet just the difference, and more private sector funding can be provided in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Issa. I would like to invite Dr. Mansour Mukhtar, Vice President of the IDB, to close these remarks, and I would like to thank the panelists for their contribution. I think by listening to you, we feel more comfortable about the issue of energy, because everybody has got a vision, everybody seems to have a solution, and you give the audience and the learners like us a hope to the solution of the problems. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for the effort. Well done.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words to bring this session to a close. First, to thank all the participants for their contribution and for sharing their rich experience, knowledge, insights, and perspectives in relation to the global and local dynamics of energy supply security. I would also like to thank the technical presenters that were with us earlier on, as well as the moderator for the two sessions, Dr. Bukrami, for a job well done. And of course, the participants deserve our commendation for being part of joining us here today. This event has provided us an excellent opportunity to exchange views and discuss energy and development issues and their solutions. And we've had several noteworthy proposals in terms of how we could enhance energy supply security in our member countries, and focusing on increasing supply, focusing on regional integration and connectivity, providing or playing a better role in harnessing everything together. A lot of country experiences on reforming the sector, from market deregulation and privatization of production as well as distribution, and areas of progress that has been recorded in renewable energy, particularly in Morocco, where we have the largest project in the world, and the call for investments in regional networks to really exploit comparative advantage, and also to foster, to exploit economies of scale, as well as foster synergy and complementarity. A lot of emphasis on the need to focus on the role of private sector, but the challenges in relation to the environment, both legal, regulatory, but also the pricing structure, and the need to do something in that area, distribution networks, the potential in oil and gas sector. I think all of these are noteworthy areas that we need to work on and really prioritize our efforts. There was some indication of the need to really find ways of sharing the rich experiences across member countries, and I think that's a very good suggestion. And certainly it's been a very productive session, and as you're all aware, the Islamic Development Bank has several initiatives in these fields supporting member countries in very diverse geographical regions. And I can say that what has come out also from this is the need for cooperation among member countries is even really big now, more than ever, very important to find a way of harnessing collectively our efforts and to move the agenda forward. We will continue to face this problem in the coming years in terms of ensuring adequate and continuous energy supply, and dealing with the high cost of energy and volatility in our member countries. And I think particularly for African countries also the question of energy poverty and access to energy, where really the figures are quite striking and somehow require a lot more effort. And again, the issue of the overall emerging global agenda where energy and climate change are increasingly intertwined and need to look at things from that lens becomes evident. And I think there's a lot of takeaway from this, and I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the commitment of the Islamic Development Bank to continue to explore ways of strengthening its partnership with member countries in addressing some of these challenges and helping improve access to modern and clean energy, helping improve clean and environmentally friendly power, electricity generation, and strengthening regional connectivity, integration, and cooperation in all these sectors related to energy supply security. Certainly, there's a huge financing gap need, and we do appreciate that our efforts would not be sufficient, and we need to, of course, strengthen partnership with other institutions, other agencies, and particularly also the private sector. We have the private sector operations and public-private partnerships that we try to foster and strengthen, and the insurance arm of the institution will reposition itself to be able to support such initiatives. Certainly, a lot of work is needed in moving from billions to trillions in terms of the resources required, and I'm sure that with the collective efforts, we'll be able to address these challenges. On this note, I would like to reaffirm once again IDB's commitment to working closely with the member countries and the development committee in its quest to support inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Thank you very much.
Where government ministers and senior bank officials